The light is changing. It is late afternoon in the city, but the bustling noise of the forum is far away. Here, inside the thick walls of the domus, the air is still. It is a heavy, comfortable stillness that settles over the stones and the wood. The sun is beginning its slow descent, casting long, rectangular shadows across the mosaic floor. The dust motes dance slowly in the shafts of light, moving with no purpose, simply existing in the quiet space. On the table, which is made of polished citrus wood, there rests a document. It is not a document of war or of great decrees. It is something much smaller, much more ordinary. It is a set of wax tablets bound together with a simple leather cord. These are the tabulae nuptials, the marriage contract. There is no need to focus on the words. They are old words, written by hands that have rested for 2,000 years. You do not need to memorize them. You can just let them exist. They are merely lists. They are columns of items and numbers, recorded with a dull, methodical precision. The contract is calm. It is a legal agreement devoid of emotion. In the Roman world, marriage was often a matter of logistics, a settling of accounts between families. And here, on these wax tablets, we see the very fabric of that agreement. It is quiet here. The only sound is the faint, rhythmic breathing of the house itself, the timber beams creaking slightly as the temperature cools. Let us look at the wax. It is dark, perhaps blackened with soot to make the letters stand out. The stylus has carved into it, leaving small ridges of displaced wax at the edges of each letter. The writing is small and cramped, intended to fit as much information as possible onto the small surface. The contract controls the dues, the dowry. It is a list of physical things. It specifies exactly what is being brought into the new household. It is a way of creating order. The Romans loved order. They found comfort in counting, in weighing, in measuring. The first section of the contract lists the linens. It is a very long list. It details the tunics. Item: 12 tunics of unbleached wool specifically for winter use. Item: 6 tunics of fine linen plain with no dye. Item: 3 cloaks heavy of a dark gray color. The list goes on. It describes the condition of the fabric. The scribe was careful to note that the wool is of a medium grade. It is not the finest wool from Tarentum, nor is it rough. It is ordinary. It is serviceable. The contract ensures that there is no confusion. Everyone knows exactly how many tunics there are. Imagine the texture of that wool. It is slightly scratchy, warm, smelling faintly of the lanolin that never quite washes out. It is folded neatly in a cedar chest. The contract controls the location of these items. They are to be kept safe. They are to be maintained. If you are listening, you can let your shoulders drop. There is no conflict here. There is only the counting of shirts. Item: 4 blankets of thick felt. Item: 2 coverlets, embroidered with a simple geometric pattern in red thread. The red thread is faded. The contract notes this. It states, used condition. There is a soothing honesty in this legal document. It does not pretend the blankets are new. It simply records them as they are. They are objects that have been used to keep people warm on other nights in other years. Now they are written down here, frozen in the wax. The light in the room shifts again. The rectangle of sunlight on the floor has moved an inch to the right. It touches the edge of a bronze lampstand. The metal is cool and dark. The evening is approaching, but it is not here yet. There is a long, gray twilight ahead. The contract also controls the furniture. It is very specific about the wood. Item: 1 bed frame inlaid with bone. Item: 2 stools 3-legged of oak. Item: 1 small table round. The scribe has noted the weight of the table. It is a solid piece. The contract ensures that if the marriage ends by death or by separation, these exact items must be accounted for. They must be returned or their value paid. This is why the list is so boringly detailed. It is a safety net of boredom. It protects the people involved by turning their lives into a list of objects. There is a sense of security in this. Nothing is left to chance. The oak stools are recorded. The bone inlay is recorded. The world is catalogued and filed away. Outside the window, the street is quieting down. The carts are forbidden during the day, so the heavy traffic of wheels has not yet begun. There is a lull, a silence between the walking crowds of the day and the working wagons of the night. In this gap of silence, the house feels timeless. Let us return to the wax tablet. The stylus has made a small error near the bottom of the second panel. The scribe has smoothed the wax over with the flat end of the tool and written the word again. You can see the ghost of the mistake underneath, a small imperfection in a world of rigid laws. The contract lists kitchenware. Item, 1 bronze cauldron dented on the left side. Item, 3 ladles of iron. Item, 5 shallow bowls of red pottery, terra sigillata. The pottery is smooth to the touch. It has a glossy coral red slip. It is the standard plate of the empire. Millions of people ate from these plates. They are not special. They are the background of life. The contract controls them. It says, these 5 bowls belong to the wife's estate. Even the spoons are counted. Imagine the sound of the iron ladle touching the bronze cauldron, a dull clink, a sound that has happened in 1,000 kitchens every evening for centuries. The preparation of a meal is a slow process. The heating of the water, the chopping of the herbs. The contract does not care about the meal. It cares about the metal of the pot. It cares that the pot exists. The air in the room is cooling. The stone floor holds the cold of the earth. You might imagine wrapping one of those 12 wool tunics around you. The fabric is heavy. It creates a barrier against the air. The contract continues. It speaks of silver, not great treasures but small household silver. Item, 1 mirror of polished silver circular. Item, 2 small cups, weight 4 uncia each. The weights are precise. The Romans did not guess. They used scales. They balanced the silver against small bronze weights to know the truth of it. The contract captures that truth. It freezes the weight of the cups forever in the wax. You do not need to worry about what happens to the cups. They just sit on a shelf. They tarnish slowly, turning a soft gray-black until a servant polishes them with ash and a rag. The rubbing, the polishing, the repetitive motion of cleaning. This is the life the contract supports, a life of maintenance. The shadows are stretching out now. They are reaching for the walls. The orange glow of the sun is turning to a bruised purple on the horizon, though we cannot see the horizon from this room. We can only see the changing quality of the light on the table. The wood of the table seems to darken. The grain becomes less visible. This document, this boring list, is a promise of stability. It says that tomorrow will be much like today. There will be bowls. There will be blankets. There will be a roof. The law stands guard over these boring things, ensuring they remain in their place. The breathing of the house continues. Somewhere far off in another part of the domus, a door closes softly. It is a muffled sound absorbed by the heavy tapestries. It does not disturb the peace. It only emphasizes it. We move to the 3rd tablet in the stack. The wax here is slightly lighter in color. The handwriting is the same, small, precise, unhurried. This section details the paraphernalia. These are the items that are not part of the dowry but are the personal property of the bride. The contract controls the distinction. It draws a line between ours and hers. Item, a box of hairpins, bone, and ivory. Item, a small jar of unguent scented with rose. Item, sandals with leather straps. The scent of the rose unguent is faint, trapped in the jar. It is a dry, sweet smell. The leather of the sandals is stiff. The contract notes that the sandals are a pair. Everything is paired. Everything is accounted for. There is no rush to read the next line. The eyes can rest on the blank space of the wax at the margin, the smooth, dark surface where nothing is written. It is a space of silence within the text. The Roman legal system was vast. It covered the entire Mediterranean. From the rainy hills of Britain to the hot sands of Egypt, people were writing these same lists. They were counting their spoons. They were weighing their silver. They were seeking the comfort of the contract. The repetition is hypnotic. Item, 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 weight, number, condition. It is a rhythm like the weaving of a loom, over and under, back and forth, the recording of life's inventory. Now the light is truly failing. The room is entering the phase of deep dusk. The corners of the room have disappeared into shadow. Only the table remains clearly visible, illuminated by the last weak reflection of the sky. The wax tablets look like dark slabs now. The writing is harder to see. But we do not need to see it. We know it is there. We know that the 6 linen tunics are listed. We know the bronze cauldron is safe. The contract holds them. In a moment, a servant will come to light the lamp, but not yet. For now, we sit in the dimness. We sit with the quiet authority of the Roman civil law. It is a law that cares about the boring details. It cares about the mundane. And because it cares, the people can sleep. They know that their possessions are defined. The silence deepens. The air feels thicker, slowing down. The day is done. The counting is done. Item, 1 wool mattress stuffed with reeds. It is a place to rest. The room has finally surrendered to the twilight. The rectangle of sun that had moved across the floor is gone, absorbed into the general grayness of the evening. The air is cooler now, settling against the skin with a gentle, heavy pressure. It is the time of day when the eyes begin to fail, when the edges of the furniture blur into the walls. A small sound breaks the silence, not a loud sound, just a rhythmic shuffling of leather on stone. A servant enters. He moves with the practiced invisibility of someone who has performed this task 1,000 times. In his hand, he carries a small clay vessel with a spout. He approaches the bronze lamp stand near the table. The metal of the stand is cold. He places a small terracotta lamp upon it. The lamp is shaped like a simple oval with a small hole for the oil and a nozzle for the wick. He pours the olive oil carefully. The oil is thick, golden green, and sluggish. It glugs softly as it leaves the vessel, a sound like a slow heartbeat. The smell of the oil rises. It is a savory, earthy scent, heavy and familiar. It smells of the press, of the olives crushed in the stone mills of Baetica or Africa. It is the smell of Roman light. He produces a small flame, perhaps from a carried ember, and touches it to the linen wick. The flame sputters for a second, blue at the base, then catches. A small, tear-shaped tongue of yellow fire stands up. It does not banish the dark. It merely pushes it back a few feet. It creates a circle of warm, amber illumination around the table. The rest of the room recedes into a deep, velvety blackness. The servant leaves as quietly as he arrived. Now the wax tablets are visible again. The yellow light flickers slightly, making the carved letters seem to move just a little. We return to the list. The contract does not sleep. We are now looking at the 4th tablet. This section controls the labor. In the Roman world, a household was a machine, and the parts of that machine were people. The contract lists them with the same detached precision as it listed the cauldrons and the blankets. There is no emotion here, only the assignment of duties. Item, 1 male slave by name Dowries. Age, 35 years. Origin, the province of Gaul. Skill, baker and general kitchen labor. The scribe has noted his value in silver denarii, a number scratched into the margin. Davis is part of the dowry. The contract controls his time. It dictates that his skill in baking bread belongs to this new family. Imagine the repetitive motion of kneading dough, the flour dusting the heavy wooden table, the water mixing with the grain. Every morning before the sun rises, the bread must be made. The contract ensures that this happens. It ensures that there is someone to push the heels of their hands into the dough, over and over again. There is a calmness in knowing that the bread is accounted for. The daily rhythm of the household is secured by ink and wax. Item: one female slave by name Clara, age 22 years, skill: spinning and plain weaving. The contract specifies plain weaving. She is not a master of tapestries. She makes the simple cloth used for tunics and napkins. The contract controls the output of her loom. The click-clack of the shuttle, the thumping of the beater, these sounds are owned by the marriage. Picture the thread. It is pulled from the distaff, twisted by the spindle. It is a motion that requires patience, not thought. The spindle drops, spins, and is caught. Drop, spin, catch, hour after hour. The contract captures these hours. It wraps them up in legal language and stores them in a box. The light from the oil lamp is steady now. It casts a shadow of the stylus across the tablet, a long, thin shadow that points towards the edge of the wood. The wax looks glossy under the flame. It is smooth, like the surface of a dark pond. The contract also details the expectations of maintenance. It is not enough to simply own things. They must be kept. The Roman law was obsessed with diligentia, diligence, the care of a prudent person. There is a clause here, written in slightly smaller text, regarding the upkeep of the copper vessels. Clause: the copper must be scoured with sand and vinegar once per month. It is a boring instruction. It is a chore, but the contract makes it law. Imagine the grit of the sand, the sharp biting smell of the vinegar, the circular motion of the rag against the metal, round and round. The tarnish is slowly removed, revealing the bright, salmon-colored metal beneath. It is a slow work. It is quiet work. It is the work of maintaining the status quo. The room is very quiet now. The street noise has vanished completely. The only sound is the faint hiss of the oil lamp as the wick draws up the fuel. Occasionally, the flame pops, a tiny explosion of moisture in the oil. It is a comforting sound, a reminder of the small fire that keeps the night at bay. The text moves on to the usufruct, the right to use things without owning them. This is a common part of Roman marriage contracts regarding land or gardens. Item: the fruit of the small orchard located on the Via Ascensis. Limit: the harvest of figs and pears. The contract does not give the land, it gives the fruit. It controls the sweetness of the autumn. It organizes the harvest. Imagine the trees. They stand in rows, their branches heavy and still in the night air. The figs are dark purple, soft, ready to drop. The pears are hard and green, ripening slowly. The contract sits on the table, and yet its reach extends out of the city down the road to those silent trees. It claims the pears before they are even plucked. The scribe has written a note about the season of gathering. There is a sense of time in this document. It acknowledges the turning of the year. The spring blossoms, the summer heat, the autumn harvest, the winter rest. The contract is a circle, just like the seasons. It is designed to last for years, perhaps for a lifetime. We can look closer at the grain of the wood that frames the wax. It is beech wood, pale and fine-grained. It has been sanded smooth. The corners are rounded, worn down by touch. How many hands have held this document? The father of the bride checking the sum, the witness adding his seal, the husband nodding in agreement. Now it lies here resting. The lamp needs adjusting. The flame has dipped. A small bronze needle attached to the lamp by a tiny chain is used to pull the wick up slightly. The flame brightens, restoring the amber glow. The shadows retreat again. The contract lists the ornamenta, the jewelry. Item, a necklace of gold beads hollow. Item, 2 bracelets in the form of snakes' eyes of glass paste. The gold is soft, it warms to the skin. The glass eyes of the snakes are green, tiny, distinct dots. These items are not for wearing every day. They are kept in a chest, wrapped in soft leather. They sit in the dark, waiting for a festival or a dinner. The contract remembers them even when they are hidden. It lists their weight to the grain. The listing of jewelry is tedious. It goes on for half a tablet. Item, a ring with an onyx stone engraved with a bird. Item, a brooch of bronze, silver-plated. Item, a single earring with a pearl, the mate is lost. Even the lost earring is noted. The contract is thorough. It accepts the imperfection of life, the lost things, the dented pots, and incorporates them into the legal structure. There is no judgment. There is only the inventory. The air in the room is now entirely still. It is the deep stillness of the middle of the evening. The household has eaten. The work is done. The slaves are resting. Davis is no longer kneading dough. Clara has put down her spindle. The tools are silent, but the contract remains active. It holds the potential of tomorrow's labor. There is a hypnotic quality to the handwriting. The letters are all the same height. The vertical lines are straight. The curves are uniform. The scribe was a professional. He did not rush. He breathed, he wrote, he dipped his stylus. Stroke, stroke, curve, stroke, stroke, curve. You can imagine the scratching sound of the stylus on the wax, a dry, rasping friction. Then the silence as the hand moves to the next word. The contract also speaks of obligations of clothing. The husband must provide a certain amount of wool per year to the wife, so she can oversee the making of new clothes. Requirement: 50 pounds of raw wool, unwashed. 50 pounds. It is a large, soft pile. It smells of the sheep. It is greasy and tangled. It represents hours and hours of washing, carding, combing, spinning. The contract ensures that the hands will not be idle. It ensures that the household will be clothed. It is a boring, heavy promise of future work. The light from the lamp reflects off the polished citrus wood of the table. It creates a pool of liquid gold on the surface. The wax tablets float in this pool. Outside the night watch, the vigils might be starting their patrol, but they are far away. Their sandals on the paving stones are inaudible. Here, there is only the safety of the walls and the certainty of the list. The wax is waiting. The words are waiting. They do not demand attention. They are simply true. The 6 tunics are true. The bronze cauldron is true. The 50 pounds of wool are true. The day has been distilled into this object. The complexities of human relationships have been reduced to a catalog of goods and duties. It is simpler this way. It is quieter. The flame of the lamp is perfectly still now. The air in the room is not moving. The shadows are fixed. The world has paused. The flame of the lamp is a small, solitary anchor in the room. The rest of the house has receded into the dark. The corners of the room are no longer visible. They are merely suggestions of space. The only reality that exists right now is the circle of amber light falling upon the table and the wax tablets. We turn to the 5th tablet. The wood of the frame creates a small, hollow sound as it is placed on top of the stack. It is the sound of dry timber meeting dry timber, a sound of finality. This section of the contract is perhaps the most meticulous of all. It concerns the instrumentum domesticum, the tools and the keys. In a Roman household, nothing is left unlocked. The storerooms, the chests, the pantry, all are secured. The contract controls the access. It lists the keys. Item, 1 key of iron large for the door of the atrium storehouse. Item, 1 key of bronze with a ring for the wine cellar. Item, a set of 3 small keys attached to a chain for the chests of linen. Imagine the weight of that iron key. It is cold and rough. It was forged by a blacksmith who hammered the red-hot metal into this specific shape. It has complex teeth, designed to lift the tumblers of a Roman lock. The contract acknowledges that this key represents authority. Whoever holds the key controls the olive oil. Whoever holds the key controls the grain. The scribe has noted the condition of the keys. Note, the bronze key is worn on the shaft. It is worn because it has been turned thousands of times. Insert turn click. Insert turn click. A daily ritual of opening and closing. The contract ensures that this ritual continues. It is a slow, repetitive dance of security. The wax here is indented deeply. The scribe pressed hard to ensure the list of keys was permanent. The light catches the ridges of the letters C and L and A clavis. Key. Next to the keys, the contract lists the containers. The Roman world was a world of storage. Things were not kept in bags or boxes, but in jars. The contract lists them by their shape and volume. Item, 6 amphorae of the Dressel type, empty. Item, 2 dolia, large earthenware jars, sunk into the floor of the pantry. The dolia are massive. They are huge, round bellies of fired clay capable of holding hundreds of liters of oil or wine. They are buried in the ground to keep the contents cool. The contract controls these motionless giants. They sit in the dark pantry, smelling of earth and old leaves. They are waiting to be filled. They are waiting to be emptied. The contract tracks their existence. There is something soothing about a large, empty jar. It is a vessel of potential. It sits in the silence, holding nothing but air and shadow. The contract ensures they remain with the house. They are too heavy to move. They are part of the architecture of the marriage. The air in the room is perfectly still. The flame of the lamp stands straight up, not flickering at all. It is as if time has stopped. The only movement is the slow consumption of the oil. We move further down the tablet. The handwriting becomes slightly smaller, more cramped. We are reaching the section on pecunia, money. This is not a list of vast fortunes. It is a boring accounting of small change. It is the peculium, the small allowance or operational budget for the household management. Item, 1 bag of silver denarii. Count 50 coins. Item, 1 bag of bronze sestertii. Count 100 coins. Let us visualize one of those silver denarii. It is about the size of a fingernail. It is not perfectly round. The edges are irregular where the metal squished out between the dies. On one side there is the profile of an emperor, perhaps Augustus, perhaps Vespasian. The face is stern, looking to the left. On the other side, a goddess sitting on a chair holding a scale. The silver is cool. It has a specific metallic smell, a sharp tang that stays on the fingers. The coins are not bright and shiny. They are dull, covered in the microscopic scratches of 1,000 transactions. They have passed through the hands of soldiers, merchants, bakers, and slaves. Now they are here, counted and tied in a leather bag. The contract lists the weight. Total weight of silver, 4 Roman pounds. The Romans trusted weight more than they trusted the face on the coin. The scales do not lie. The balance beam tips, settles, and finds equilibrium. The contract rests on this equilibrium. It is a document of balance. The scribe has written a clause about the usage of this money. Clause: to be used for the purchase of daily vegetables and charcoal. Charcoal, it is a humble necessity. Without charcoal, there is no heat for the brazier. There is no cooked food. The contract descends into the soot and the dust of daily life. It controls the black, dusty fuel that will be burned away to nothing. Imagine the sound of the charcoal being poured from a sack, a dry, rattling, tumbling sound. The dust rises in a small cloud. It settles on the floor. A servant sweeps it up. This cycle, buying, burning, sweeping, is authorized by the wax tablet. The room feels colder now. The warmth of the day has completely seeped away from the stone walls. The night air is asserting itself. It is a clean, cool air, smelling faintly of the cypress trees in the garden courtyard. The narrative of the contract shifts again. We are now looking at the bottom of the fifth tablet. This section is about restitutio, restitution. It is a very dry legal section. It details what happens to the dowry if the husband dies or if there is a divorce. It is not dramatic. It is purely mathematical. Clause: if the marriage is dissolved, the dowry shall be returned in 3 equal annual installments. 3 years, the law slows everything down. There is no sudden movement. If things fall apart, they fall apart slowly over 36 months. The furniture is returned. The slaves are returned. The money is paid back, coin by coin, year by year. The contract creates a buffer of time. It forces patience. It turns the potential emotional turmoil of a separation into a long, boring schedule of payments. There is a strange comfort in that. The emotions are removed and only the calendar remains. The calends of March, the Ides of September. The dates are fixed points in the future. The contract plants a flag in those distant days. It creates a structure for the future, regardless of what that future holds. The stylus has made a deep impression on the word annua, annual. It implies the turning of the seasons. The winter rains will come, the summer heat will return, and the contract will still be valid. The list of linens will still be relevant. Let us pause and look at the table again. The grain of the citrus wood is complex. It swirls and eddies like water. It is a very expensive piece of wood prized for this pattern. The lamp light reflects off the polished surface, creating a double image of the flame, one real, one a reflection in the wood. The silence is absolute. Even the house has stopped creaking. The timber beams have cooled and settled into their nighttime positions. The city outside is asleep. The forum is empty. The baths are dark. The only activity is here in the static words of the contract. The sixth tablet is the final one in this stack. It contains the signatories, the witnesses, 7 seals, 7 names. The Roman law required 7 witnesses for a major contract. 7 men stood in a room, perhaps this very room, and watched the sealing of the document. Witness, Lucius Aemilius, son of Lucius. Witness, Gaius Valerius of the Palatine tribe. Witness, Marcus Servius the cobbler. Even a cobbler could be a witness. The contract lists his profession. It grounds the document in the reality of the street. Marcus Servius, who spends his days repairing sandals, stood here. He smoothed his ring into the soft wax to leave his mark. Look at the seals. They are blobs of red wax pressed over the strings that tie the tablets together. Each seal has a unique image: a lion, a dolphin, an ear of wheat, a geometric star. These tiny images are the signatures of the ordinary men who validated this boring list. They are sleeping now, too. Lucius and Gaius and Marcus. Their day is done, but their names remain on the wood, guarding the dowry. The red wax of the seals is dull, not bright. It looks like dried clay. The strings are made of twisted hemp. They are rough to the touch. The knot is tight. The contract is bound. There is a sense of closure as we reach the end of the text. The list is complete. The tunics, the mirrors, the slaves, the keys, the charcoal, the silver, all of it has been captured. The chaos of material life has been tamed by the scribe. The servant who brought the lamp is likely sleeping on a mat near the door. The dog in the courtyard is curled up, nose under its tail. The world has powered down. There is no more need to read. The eyes can lose their focus. The letters can dissolve back into the texture of the wax. The meaning of the words is less important than their presence. The fact that they are written is enough. The lamp is burning lower. The reservoir of oil is slowly depleting. The level drops millimeter by millimeter. The flame is a little smaller, a little more orange. It casts a softer, sleepier light. The shadows of the room seem to step closer, like a heavy blanket being pulled up. The table is an island in a sea of darkness. The contract is the treasure on the island, not a treasure of gold, but a treasure of order. Everything is in its place. The bowl is on the shelf. The key is on the ring. The coin is in the bag. The wool is in the basket. The system is working. The Roman peace, the Pax Romana, is not just about legions on the border. It is about this. It is about the quiet certainty of a list of household goods. It is about the silence of a room where everything has been counted. You can hear your own breathing now. It is slow and steady, matching the stillness of the room. The air is cool and still. The night is long. There is no hurry. The tablets will be here in the morning. They will be here for 100 years. The wood, the wax, the string, the seal, texture, weight, silence. The lamp flickers once, then steadies again. A tiny mote of dust drifts into the halo of light and floats there, suspended, before drifting back into the dark. The wax tablets have been read. The list is known. Now the hand of the master of the house moves slowly to the stack. There is a dry, wooden sound, clack, as the tablets are gathered together. They are heavy. The weight of the wood, the wax, and the metal seals adds up to a solid block of matter. He stands up. The leather of his sandals creaks softly. It is the only sound in the room. He carries the contract to the arca, the strong box. It sits in the corner of the room, a heavy chest made of wood reinforced with bands of iron. The iron is cold, pitted with age and blackened to prevent rust. He lifts the lid. The hinges are well oiled. They do not squeak, but they offer a heavy resistance. Inside, the chest smells of cedar shavings and papyrus. It is the smell of dry bureaucracy. He places the marriage contract inside on top of a stack of other documents, deeds to land, receipts for tax, letters of manumission. The lid is lowered. The latch clicks. The contract is now asleep, locked away in the dark, safe within the iron bands. We leave the study now. We step out of the tablinum and into the atrium. The atrium is the heart of the Roman house, but at this hour it is a cavern of shadows. It is a large, high-ceilinged space. During the day it is busy with clients and visitors. Now it is vast and empty. The silence here is different from the silence of the study. It is an equi-silence. If you were to drop a pin, the sound would travel to the high rafters and bounce back. But nothing drops, nothing moves. The only light comes from the moon, which is high above the city. The atrium has no roof in the center. There is a square opening, the compluvium, that looks directly up into the night sky. Through this square, a column of pale, blue-gray moonlight falls into the room. It does not illuminate the corners. It only lights the center. Directly beneath the opening is the impluvium, a shallow, rectangular pool sunken into the floor. It is designed to catch the rainwater. Tonight, there is no rain. The water in the pool is perfectly still. It is a sheet of black glass. It reflects the square of the sky above and perhaps a single faint star. Let us look at the water. It is not deep, perhaps only a few inches. The bottom of the pool is lined with marble. If you were to touch the water, it would be cold. It has been sitting there all day, cooling down as the sun set. It is silent water. It is not flowing from a fountain. It is simply waiting. The air in the atrium is cooler than in the study. The open roof lets in the night air. It is fresh, carrying the scent of the damp stone from the street outside and a faint, distant smell of wood smoke from the city's bakeries, where the fires are never truly out. We walk slowly across the floor. The floor is a mosaic. It is made of hundreds of thousands of tiny stone cubes, tesserae. They are black and white. In the moonlight, the pattern is hard to see. It is just a texture underfoot. Imagine the sensation of walking on this floor. The stones are smooth, worn down by generations of sandals. They are cool to the touch. The grout between the stones is slightly rougher. Smooth, rough, smooth, rough. The rhythm of the floor enters the feet. Along the walls of the atrium there are shelves. On these shelves sit the imagines, the wax masks of the ancestors. They are not ghosts. They are objects. They are life-sized faces made of beeswax, molded from the faces of men who died long ago. In the dim light, they look like sleeping people. The wax has yellowed with time. Some of the noses are chipped. Some of the ears are dusty. They sit in their small wooden shrines, staring out into the darkness with blind eyes. They are the silent guardians of the house. They do not judge, they just exist. They are part of the furniture as much as the stools or the tables. There is a bust of a grandfather on a pedestal. It is made of marble. The stone is cold and white. The sculptor carved the wrinkles around the eyes with great care. Dust has settled in the grooves of the marble toga. It is a layer of gray softness on the hard stone. We move past the ancestors. We are heading towards the lararium, the household shrine. It is a small niche in the wall, painted with frescoes of snakes and garlands. A small oil lamp burns here, a tiny pinpoint of light in the vast hall. Inside the niche are the lares, the household gods. They are small bronze statuettes only a few inches high. They depict young men dancing, holding drinking horns. The bronze is dark, almost black, but the high points, the noses, the knees, the elbows, are shiny where they have been rubbed with oil. Offerings have been left here earlier in the day. A small piece of spelt cake, now dry and hard. A few grains of incense that have already burned out, leaving a small pile of gray ash. A wreath of flowers, perhaps violets, which are now wilting. The petals are curling inward, turning from purple to a dull brown. The shrine is a quiet, still life of devotion. The house feels immense around us. The walls are thick, built of Roman brick and concrete, plastered over and painted. The plaster is cool. If you place your hand against the wall, you can feel the mass of the masonry. It holds the temperature of the earth. We continue our slow walk, moving deeper into the house. We pass the entrance to the triclinium, the dining room. It is dark now. The couches are empty. The cushions are plumped and waiting. The tables have been wiped down. The smell of the dinner, the fish sauce, the roasted pork, the wine is gone, replaced by the neutral smell of clean stone. We are moving towards the peristyle, the inner garden courtyard. This is the private part of the house, away from the street, away from the business of the atrium. A wooden door stands between the atrium and the peristyle. It is open. We pass through the frame. The air changes again. Here it smells of green things, of damp earth, of leaves. The peristyle is a square garden surrounded by a covered colonnade. The columns are painted. The bottom third is red, the top white. In the moonlight, the red looks like a deep maroon and the white looks gray. The garden is a pocket of nature inside the city. It is very quiet here, but it is a living silence. You can hear the faint rustle of leaves as a small breeze moves through the courtyard. There is a fountain in the center of the garden. It is not a grand fountain, just a small jet of water trickling from a bronze tube into a marble basin. Drip, drip, trickle, drip, drip, trickle. The sound is continuous. It is a white noise that masks the silence of the city. The water falls into the basin, creating small ripples that spread out and disappear. The water in the basin is dark, but it catches the glint of the moon. Let us look at the plants. The Romans loved order even in their gardens. The box hedges are trimmed into perfect rectangles. They are low walls of dense, small leaves. In the dark, they look like solid blocks. There is a rosemary bush. Its needle-like leaves are stiff. If you were to brush against it, the scent would be released, sharp, piney, medicinal. But we do not touch it. We just observe its shape. It is a ragged, dark shape against the pale gravel of the path. There is an acanthus plant with its large, architectural leaves. The leaves are deeply lobed and spiky. They cast complicated shadows on the ground. The shadows do not move. We walk along the colonnade. The roof above us is timber tiled with terracotta. The columns cast long, striped shadows across the walkway. We step into a shadow, then into the moonlight, then into a shadow again. It is a slow, hypnotic rhythm. Step, shadow, step, light, step, shadow, step, light. On the wall of the colonnade, there are frescoes. They are painted scenes of landscapes, imaginary gardens, birds, blue skies. In the darkness, the colors are muted. The blue sky of the painting is a dull slate. The green trees are black. The painted birds are sleeping in their painted cages. We pass a door that leads to the culina, the kitchen. The door is ajar. Let us peek inside. The kitchen is warm. It holds the heat of the day's fires. The air here is thick and dry. It smells of wood ash, toasted grain, and garlic. The hearth is a raised masonry platform. The fires are out, but the embers are still buried deep within the mound of gray ash. A faint, dull red glow pulses in the heart of the ash pile. It is the breathing of the fire, slow and deep. It will stay warm until morning. On the hearth there are pots. The same bronze cauldron mentioned in the contract sits there. It is cooling. The metal is dull in the low light. Next to it is a clay mortar, heavy and rough. A pestle made of stone rests inside it. The floor of the kitchen is not mosaic. It is packed earth or simple brick. It is a working floor. In the corner there is a pile of firewood, knotted branches of olive wood stacked neatly. They are dry and brittle. They wait for the spark of the morning. Hanging from hooks on the ceiling are bunches of dried herbs, oregano, mint, fennel. They are dry, crisp, and brown. They dangle silently in the warm air, suspended in time. There is a small window high up in the wall, just a slit to let out the smoke. Through it, we can see nothing but the blackness of the night. The kitchen is a world unto itself, a world of heat and ash. We leave the kitchen and return to the cool air of the peristyle garden. The fountain is still trickling. Splash, gurgle, silence. We walk to the far side of the garden. Here, there are the doors to the cubicula, the bedrooms. They are small rooms. The Romans did not spend time in their bedrooms. They only slept there. The doors are closed or covered with heavy curtains. We stop in front of one curtain. It is made of heavy wool dyed a deep red. The fabric is thick and coarse. It blocks all light. We do not enter. We know what is inside. A bed, a small lamp, a silence deeper than the garden. A cat appears from the shadows of the hedges. It is a small, lean animal mottled gray and brown. It moves without sound. Its paws touch the gravel but make no noise. It stops and looks at us. Its eyes catch the moonlight and reflect a pale green. It blinks once slowly. Then it turns and melts back into the shadows of the acanthus. It is on its own patrol. The night is deepening. The moon has moved slightly across the sky. The shadows of the columns have shifted their angle. The geometry of the house is slowly rotating with the earth. We sit down on a stone bench in the garden. The stone is cold. We lean back against the wall. The rough plaster scratches slightly against the fabric of the tunic. We look up at the sky above the courtyard. It is framed by the roof of the colonnade, a perfect square of stars. The stars are not twinkling much. They are steady, hard points of light. The constellation of Orion might be visible, or the Great Bear. The Romans knew these stars. They used them to tell the time, to navigate, to plant their crops. Tonight, the stars are just lights. They are very far away. Their light has traveled for years to reach this quiet garden. The silence is almost absolute now. The city is in the deepest part of its sleep. The carts have stopped. The shouts have stopped. Even the dogs have stopped barking. There is only the fountain. Trickle, splash. It is a rhythm that slows the heart. It is the sound of water obeying gravity over and over again. The house feels solid. It is built to last. The walls are thick. The foundations are deep. The contract we read earlier is just a piece of wax, but this house is stone. It is a heavy, permanent container for the lives inside. We can see the outline of a large clay jar, a dolium, standing in the corner of the colonnade. It is collecting rainwater from a downspout. It is full. The water reaches the brim. The surface of the water in the jar is a perfect circle of black. It is motionless. Everything is motionless. The wax masks in the atrium are staring at nothing. The embers in the kitchen are glowing under the ash. The cat is watching from the hedge. The water is falling in the fountain. The stars are turning overhead. There is no need to do anything. The maintenance is done. The scouring is done. The counting is done. The house is holding itself together. You can feel the heaviness of your own eyelids. The peacefulness of the scene is a weight. It presses down gently. The cold air is crisp and clean to breathe. In, out. The smell of the rosemary drifts over again, fainter this time. It mixes with the smell of the damp gravel. It is the smell of a Roman night. In the distance, beyond the walls, a rooster crows. It is early, too early for dawn. It is just a mistake in the dark. The sound is muffled, far away. It only emphasizes the silence here. We are safe inside the walls. We are safe inside the contract. We are safe inside the dark. The moon passes behind a small cloud. The light in the garden dims. The white columns turn gray. The red columns turn black. The garden loses its color and becomes a study in shapes and shades of darkness. The water continues. The house breathes. The night waits. We move now from the open air of the garden courtyard towards the private darkness of the sleeping quarters. We approach the cubiculum. In a Roman house, this room is not a place for living. It is a place for the suspension of life. It is a small, enclosed box designed for one purpose: rest. There is no door of wood here. Instead, a heavy curtain hangs across the entrance. It is made of thick, felted wool. The fabric is dyed a deep, dull red, the color of dried clay. It absorbs sound. As we push the curtain aside to enter, the fabric feels coarse and heavy against the hand. It swings back with a soft, muffled thump, sealing the room off from the rest of the house. Inside, the air is different. It is warmer than the garden, holding the accumulated stillness of the day. It smells of enclosed space. There is a scent of dried lavender, crumbling and faint, and the sharp, resinous smell of cedar wood. The room is small. The walls are close. They are painted in simple blocks of color, black at the bottom, a band of ochre and white above. In the dim light of the single oil lamp we have brought with us, the walls seem to press in gently. They are protective. They wrap around the space like a shell. The dominant object in the room is the bed, the lectus. This is the item listed in the second tablet of the marriage contract. Item: one bed frame inlaid with bone. Let us look at it closely. The frame is made of oak, dark and polished. It stands high off the ground, higher than a modern bed. You would need a small wooden step to climb onto it. The legs of the bed are turned on a lathe featuring bulbous, smooth shapes. The inlay mentioned in the contract is visible on the headboard. Small geometric pieces of bone, white and smooth, have been set into the dark wood. A diamond, a circle, a diamond. They catch the lamplight, glowing faintly like teeth. They are cool to the touch. The contrast between the warm wood and the cold bone is distinct. Underneath the mattress there are no wooden slats. Instead, there is a web of leather straps. They are woven in a grid, crisscrossing from one side of the frame to the other. Tension. The straps are pulled tight. Over the years, they stretch and sag, requiring tightening. But tonight they are taut. They creak softly, a sound like the rigging of a ship when weight is placed upon them. On top of the leather web sits the mattress. It is a large linen sack stuffed firmly. The contract specified the stuffing, reeds. The reeds were harvested from the riverbanks, dried in the sun until they were brittle and yellow, and then packed into the cloth. When you press your hand into the mattress, you can hear the faint crackle and rustle of the dried plants inside. It is the sound of a dry autumn field, captured and encased in linen. Covering the mattress is a coverlet of purple wool. It is not the bright royal purple of the emperors. It is a reddish purple made from cheaper dyes, perhaps madder and indigo mixed together. It is thick and scratchy. It has been smoothed down perfectly. There is not a single wrinkle on the surface. It waits. In the corner of the small room stands the arca vestiaria, the clothing chest. It is made of cedar wood, which is why the room smells of resin. Cedar is a natural repellent for moths. The Romans waged a silent, eternal war against the moth, and this chest is their fortress. The wood of the chest is reddish-brown, with a tight, straight grain. The corners are reinforced with bronze brackets. We kneel down to look at the brackets. They are turning green with verdigris, a slow oxidation that happens over decades. The lid of the chest is heavy. We lift it, creak. The sound is dry, the hinges are stiff. Inside, the darkness is absolute, but as the lamplight spills in, we see the layers of fabric. This is where the dowry lives. The linens listed in the first tablet are here. They are folded with extreme precision. The Romans valued the fold. A tunic was not just thrown in, it was pleated and squared. The unbleached wool tunics, the fine linen tunics, the gray cloaks. They are stacked like layers of sedimentary rock. The weight of the fabric presses down on the layers below, compressing them, setting the creases. We can see a small sachet of dried herbs tucked between the layers. Wormwood and rosemary. It is a dry, dusty bundle tied with a bit of string. It protects the cloth. There is a calmness in looking at a stack of folded laundry. It implies that the work is finished. The washing is done. The drying is done. The folding is done. The clothes are safe. They are waiting for tomorrow or next week or next winter. We lower the lid of the chest. It closes with a solid wooden sound. Thunk. The clothes are returned to the dark. On a small, three-legged stool next to the bed, there are a few personal items. These are the paraphernalia, the small things that belong to the wife. There is a comb made of boxwood. It has teeth on both sides, wide teeth on one side for detangling, fine teeth on the other for smoothing. A few strands of dark hair are caught in the fine teeth. It is a human detail, a reminder of the mourning ritual. Beside the comb is a small glass bottle. It is made of blown glass, slightly uneven with a greenish tint. It contains a little oil. The glass is bubbly and imperfect. If you hold it up to the lamp, the light refracts through the bubbles, creating tiny, distorted stars on the wall. The silence in the cubiculum is heavy. It presses against the ears. This is the quietest place in the city. The stone walls are thick, the curtain is heavy, and the window is non-existent. We sit on the edge of the bed. The leather straps groan slightly under the weight. The mattress rustles. We look at the lamp. The flame is the only moving thing in the room. It dances on the wick, a small acrobat of fire. The oil level is low. The clay of the lamp is warm. The shadows in the room are long and soft. The shadow of the bed frame stretches up the wall, looking like a ladder. The shadow of the stool looks like a spider. It is time to prepare for sleep. In the Roman imagination, sleep was the brother of death. It was a time when the soul drifted. But here, in this room, it feels more like a pause, a suspension of labor. The sandals are removed. The leather straps are unbuckled. Click, pull, release. The sandals are placed on the floor side by side. They retain the shape of the foot. The leather is warm from wear. The floor is bare stone here. It is cold. The cold travels up through the soles of the feet. It is a grounding sensation. It reminds you of the earth beneath the house. The tunic is loosened. The belt is untied. The fabric relaxes. The body sinks into the mattress. The reeds crunch and shift, molding to the shape of the sleeper. The wool blanket is pulled up. It is heavy. It weighs down the legs, the chest. It creates a warm burrow. The eyes focus on the ceiling. The ceiling is low, plastered white. There is a small crack in the plaster near the corner, a jagged line like a river on a map. You can trace the line with your eyes. It goes left, then zigzags right, then fades away. It is a boring crack. You could look at it for hours. The lamp must be extinguished. There is a small pair of bronze tweezers on the table. They are used to pinch the wick. We reach out. The metal is cool. We pinch the burning wick. Hiss. A tiny wisp of white smoke curls up. The smell of extinguished candle, acrid, oily, smoky, fills the small space for a moment. Then darkness. Total, absolute darkness. For a moment the eyes strain, trying to find a shape, a line of light. But there is none. The curtain blocks the moonlight from the atrium. The heavy walls block the city. There is only the sensation of lying in the dark. The other senses take over. The smell of the cedar chest becomes stronger in the dark. The smell of the lavender. The smell of the cooling lamp oil. The sound of the house breathing becomes audible again. A timber creaks in the ceiling. A faint settling sound from the walls, and your own breath. In, out, in, out. It is a slow rhythm. The heart slows down to match it. There is nothing to do here. The contract is locked in the box. The slaves are asleep. The money is counted. The food is cooked. The day is over. The mind tries to hold on to a thought, a list, a worry, a plan, but the darkness dissolves it. The darkness is a solvent. It washes away the forum, the market, the noise. You are just a shape in the bed, a weight on the reeds. The wool blanket warms up, trapping the body heat. The cold air of the room touches only the face. It is a pleasant contrast. Warm body, cool air. We lie there for a long time. Time loses its meaning in the dark. It could be 5 minutes. It could be an hour. The silence stretches out. It is a vast, empty plain of silence. Occasionally, a sound penetrates from the outside world. Very faint. The rumble of a heavy wagon on the main road far away. The night deliveries have begun. The large carts bringing grain to the warehouses. Rumble, rumble, rumble. It is a low-frequency sound felt in the bones more than heard. It grows slightly louder, then fades away into the distance. It does not disturb the peace. It only confirms it. The city is working so you can sleep. Then silence returns, deeper this time. We visualize the items in the room, invisible now in the dark. The bone inlay on the bed frame glowing white in our memory. The stack of tunics in the chest pressing down on each other. The glass bottle with the bubbles. The comb with the hair. They are all there, standing guard in the dark. Objects of stability. The Roman concept of odium, leisure, rest, peace. It is not just about having fun. It is about the absence of business negodium. This room is the temple of odium. There is no business here, no coin changing, no legal arguments, no bargaining, only the wool and the wood and the dark. The breathing deepens. The muscles in the back relax, sinking further into the straw mattress. The tension of the day, the standing, the walking, the talking, drains away into the leather straps beneath. We drift. We float in the black box of the cubiculum. The house is a ship sailing through the night. The atrium is the deck open to the stars. This room is the cabin below, safe and dry. Everything is secured. The dowry is safe. The marriage is recorded. The inventory is complete. There is nothing left to count. One bed, one chest, one lamp, one sleeper, zero light. The house is sealed. The heavy wooden doors, reinforced with bronze studs, are bolted shut. Behind them the family sleeps. But outside, on the other side of the thick masonry walls, the city of Rome is beginning its second life. It is the life of the night, governed by the ancient laws that forbid heavy wagons from the streets during the daylight hours. Now, under the cover of darkness, the true logistics of the empire begin to move. We stand now on the street. It is a narrow canyon of stone, flanked on both sides by the high walls of insulae, apartment blocks, and the windowless facades of private houses. The air here is cooler than inside the house. It carries the smell of the city, damp stone, old dust, the faint ammonia of a distant stable, and the cool, mineral scent of the night air descending from the hills. Look down at the road. It is a masterpiece of boring, functional engineering. The surface is paved with polygonal slabs of basalt. These are not square bricks. They are irregular, many-sided stones, fitted together like a giant, dark puzzle. The basalt is volcanic, hard as iron and gray-black in color. Over centuries, the iron rims of wheels have polished the high points of the stones until they shine like glass in the moonlight. The road is cambered, curved slightly upwards in the center, so that rainwater drains into the gutters on the sides. The gutters are cut deep into the stone curb. Right now, they are dry, collecting only a few fallen leaves and the dust of the day. Silence hangs over the street for a moment. It is a heavy, expectant silence. And then the vibration begins. It starts as a tremor in the soles of the feet, a low, rhythmic shudder that travels through the bedrock. Then comes the sound. It is a deep, grinding rumble. It is the sound of iron meeting stone. Grind, crunch, grind. A wagon is approaching. It is coming from the Porta Capena, moving slowly towards the markets near the Forum. Let us watch it emerge from the shadows. It is a plostrum, a heavy-duty ox cart. It is not built for speed, it is built for weight. The structure is massive, two great wheels made of solid wood, not spokes. These are tympanum wheels, thick discs of oak sandwiched together and bound with a heavy iron tire. The iron is rusted and pitted but thick. As the wheel turns, the iron crushes the grit on the road. Crunch, crunch. The axle groans. It is a wooden axle greased with animal fat. The grease is thick and black, oozing slightly at the hub. The friction creates a sound, a low moaning creak that repeats with every revolution. E-er, e-er. It is a slow, mournful sound, the heartbeat of the night logistics. Pulling the cart are two oxen. They are immense beasts, white-gray in the moonlight. Their heads are lowered, swinging rhythmically with each step. Their horns are wide and tipped with brass caps, though in the dark you can only see the glint. Observe the movement of the oxen. It is a study in slow, unstoppable power. The muscles in their shoulders, the huge humps bunch and release. Bunch, release, bunch, release. Their hooves are cloven. They strike the basalt paving stones with a dull clop. Clop, 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 clop. The sound is softer than a horse's hoof. It is muffled, heavy. The oxen breathe heavily, blowing air through their wet nostrils. In the cool night air, their breath forms small clouds of steam that drift back over their heads and dissolve. The driver walks beside the oxen. He does not ride. He is wrapped in a heavy cloak of rough wool, the hood pulled up. He carries a long stick, a goad, but he does not use it. He only whispers to the beasts, a low, guttural sound to keep them moving. Hu, staya. His sandals slap softly against the stones. He is tired. This is his shift. While the senators and the shopkeepers sleep, he walks. What is in the wagon? The load is covered with a tarp of oiled canvas, tied down with hemp ropes. The ropes are pulled tight, cutting into the fabric, but we know what is underneath. It is stone, blocks of travertine limestone quarried from Tivoli. These are massive, rectangular blocks destined for a new temple or a bathhouse repair. The weight is immense. You can see the wooden frame of the cart bowing slightly in the middle. The entire vehicle is under tension. The gravity of the stone pressing down, the strength of the wood pushing back. The wagon passes us. The smell changes. We smell the oxen now, a warm, musky scent of cattle and sweat. We smell the grease on the axle. We smell the dust kicked up by the wheels. And then it moves on. The grinding sound begins to fade. The creaking axle grows quieter. The wagon disappears into the dark curve of the street ahead. But the silence does not return. Another wagon is following. This one is different. It is a Saracum, a lighter cart with spoked wheels. The wheels are taller, more delicate. Rattle, rattle, bump. The sound is sharper, more staccato. This wagon is carrying timber, long beams of pine stripped of their bark. The wood is pale, almost white in the darkness. The beams stick out the back of the cart, bouncing slightly with every uneven stone. The smell of pine resin trails behind this cart. It is a sharp, clean smell cutting through the musk of the oxen. The driver of this cart is leaning against the load, half asleep, letting the mules find the way. Yes, mules this time. Smaller, quicker, their ears twitching. Their hooves make a sharper clip-clop sound. The procession continues. It is a river of goods, wagon, cart, wagon, cart. There is a rhythm to it. The spacing between the carts is regular. The drivers know the unspoken rules. Keep moving, do not stop. If a wheel gets stuck in a rut, there is a quiet flurry of activity. A shoulder against the wheel, a grunt of effort, the scrape of wood on stone. Then movement again, no shouting. The city must not be woken. We look to the corner of the street. There is a public fountain here, a lacus. It is a rectangular stone basin fed by a lead pipe that comes from one of the great aqueducts. The water flows continuously. Splash, splash, splash. The basin is overflowing. The excess water runs out through a hole in the side and trickles into the gutter. A dog trots up to the fountain. It is a street dog, scruffy and lean. It laps at the water. Lap, lap, lap. The sound is tiny compared to the wagons. The dog drinks, shakes its head, flapping its ears, and trots away into an alleyway. Above the street, on the second floor of an insula, a shutter opens, just a crack. A faint sliver of yellow light spills out. Someone is awake, perhaps a sick child or a scholar working late. Then the shutter closes. The light is gone. The facade of the building is a cliff of darkness once more. Let us focus on the ground again. The dust. The passing wagons are grinding the dirt into fine powder. It settles in the cracks between the basalt stones. It coats the leaves of the weeds growing near the wall. The dust is the history of the city ground down. Fragments of brick, dried mud, straw, manure, limestone. It is a gray, uniform powder. We walk along the street following the direction of the carts. We pass a taberna, a shop. It is closed for the night. The wooden shutters are slotted into grooves in the stone counter. They are locked with a heavy iron bar. Through the cracks in the wood, we can smell the faint scent of wine and old vinegar. This was a hot food shop during the day. Now it is cold. The jars are corked. The counter is wiped clean. We come to a crossroads. Here, the traffic merges with another stream of carts coming from a different gate. There is a momentary pause, a congestion. The oxen stop. They lower their heads further. They wait. The drivers nod to each other. No words, just a gesture of the hand. You go. Then me. The first cart lurches forward. The chain connecting the yoke to the pole clinks. Clink clank. The momentum builds. The wheels turn. The traffic flows again. This is the blood of Rome circulating while the body sleeps. Grain from Egypt, oil from Spain, wine from Campania, marble from Greece. It all arrives at night. It is unloaded in the warehouses by the river, ready to be sold when the sun comes up. But for now, it is just crates and sacks in the dark. We see a wagon carrying amphorae. These are the Dressel 20 jars, globular and heavy, filled with olive oil. They are packed in straw to prevent breaking. The straw sticks out between the jars. It is bright yellow. The wagon hits a bump. Thump. The jars clatter against each other. A dull, hollow sound of clay on clay. Thunk, thunk. The driver looks back, checking. Everything is safe. The journey continues. The moon is higher now. It casts deep, black shadows behind every object. The shadow of the wagon stretches out long and distorted against the wall of the building. The shadow of the wheel becomes an oval that elongates and contracts as it moves. We stop by the wall of a large house. There is graffiti scratched into the plaster. We cannot read it in the dark, but we know it is there. Names, jokes, scores from a gladiator match, political slogans. The plaster is peeling slightly at the bottom, revealing the brick underneath. The brick is rough, red, and baked hard. A night watchman, a vigil, walks past. He carries a lantern. The lantern has sides made of thin, scraped horn, not glass. The light inside is yellowish and dim. It swings as he walks, swing, swing. He wears heavy hobnailed sandals, caligy. The nails crunch loudly on the stone, crunch, crunch. He carries a bucket of water and an axe. He is looking for fire. Fire is the great enemy. But tonight there is no fire. There is only the damp stone and the wagons. He glances at the wagon drivers. They ignore him. He ignores them. They are all creatures of the night shift. He turns a corner and is gone. The crunch of his boots fades away. The air is getting damper. The humidity is rising as the temperature drops. A thin mist is beginning to form near the ground. It swirls around the hooves of the oxen. The mist softens the sounds. The grinding wheels sound further away, muffled by the moisture in the air. We stand still and let the procession pass. It is hypnotic. The repetition of the forms, the head of the ox, the yoke, the wagon, the wheels, the tail of the wagon, the driver, next ox, next wagon. It is an infinite loop of logistics. There is no drama here, no races, no collisions, just the slow, steady delivery of goods. The drivers are bored. They look at their feet. They look at the tails of their animals. They are thinking of their beds or their breakfast. The wall we are leaning against vibrates slightly with the passing of a particularly heavy load, perhaps lead pipes or ingots of bronze. The vibration travels into our back. It is a deep, soothing massage from the city itself. We look up at the strip of sky between the buildings. It is a river of stars mirroring the river of stone below. The stars are silent. The wagons are noisy. But the noise is a white noise, a drone that eventually becomes silence. The smell of baking bread begins to drift into the street. The Pastrina bakeries are waking up. The flour is being milled. The ovens are being fired. The smell is warm, yeasty, and sweet. It mixes with the cool night air. It is the smell of the coming morning, but morning is still hours away. For now there is only the road, the basalt stones, the iron tires, the slow plodding hooves, the breathing of the oxen, half, half, half. The world is heavy, the world is moving, the world is boring, and in this boredom there is a profound peace. The peace of a system that works night after night, century after century. We close our eyes and listen to the fade. The wagon moves down the street. The sound becomes a murmur, then a whisper, then just a vibration, then nothing. The street is empty again, waiting for the next one. The silence returns to the stones. The smell of yeast we detected on the street becomes a guide. We follow it away from the main thoroughfare, down a narrower alley where the shadows of the overhanging balconies almost touch. The rumble of the wagons fades to a dull thrum in the distance, replaced by a different kind of sound. A rhythmic, grinding sound. Not the metal-on-stone of wheels, but the stone-on-stone of friction. We stop in front of a wide doorway. There is no door, just an open arch leading into a large, warm room. This is the pistrinum, the bakery and flour mill. The air here is thick. It is not the clear, cool night air of the street. It is white air, filled with the finest suspension of flour dust. It catches in the throat slightly, tasting of raw grain. The room is lit by several oil lamps hung from chains on the ceiling. Their light is diffused by the flour in the air, creating a soft, hazy glow like fog at sunrise. In the center of the room stand the mills, the mali. They are massive, hourglass-shaped contraptions made of porous, gray lava stone. The stone is pitted and rough, perfect for crushing. There are 4 of them. They are the heart of the operation. Let us observe one closely. It consists of 2 parts. The bottom part, the meta, is a cone resting on a circular masonry base. It is stationary. The top part, the catalyst, is a hollow hourglass shape that fits over the cone. It hangs, suspended by a wooden beam. The grain is poured into the top funnel of the catalyst. As the top stone turns, the grain slides down between the 2 rough surfaces and is crushed into flour, falling out the bottom onto the base. The power for this machine is not wind or water, but muscle. A donkey is harnessed to the wooden beam that extends from the catalyst. The donkey is small, gray, and patient. It wears blinkers made of leather so it cannot see where it is going. It does not need to see. It is going nowhere. It is walking in a circle. Step, 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 step. The donkey's hooves are unshod. They make a soft pad-pad sound on the paved floor. The floor is worn into a smooth, circular trough where the animals have walked for years, a literal groove of labor. The sound of the mill is a low, continuous drone. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr changing frequency. The stone rubs against the grain breaks, the husk shatters, the white kernel becomes powder. The donkey moves at a slow, steady pace. It does not rush, it does not stop. Its head bobs with the rhythm. Its ears flick back and forth, listening to the stone. The wooden beam creaks slightly at the joint. Creak, pad pad, grrrrrrunch. A slave, the pister, oversees the process. He is covered in flour. His hair is white with it. His eyelashes are white. His tunic, once dark, is now a pale gray. He looks like a ghost moving in the haze. He approaches the mill with a sack of wheat. It is emmer wheat, the hardy grain of Rome. The kernels are hard and golden brown. He lifts the sack. It is heavy. He pours the grain into the top of the hopper. Shh. The sound of the grain pouring is like rain on a roof. A dry, rushing sound. It fills the hollow stone. The donkey does not react. It just keeps walking. The circle continues. On the floor around the base of the mill, the flour accumulates. It is a soft, white drift like snow. It is warm from the friction of the grinding. The pister uses a small wooden shovel to scoop it up. He moves methodically. Scoop, lift, pour into a sieve. The sieve is a round wooden hoop with a mesh of horsehair. He shakes it over a large wooden bin. Shake, 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 shake. The fine flour falls through the mesh, a white mist. The larger pieces of bran and husk stay in the sieve. He tips them into a separate bucket. This separation is the difference between the panis candidus, white bread for the rich, and the panis plebeius, dark bread for the commoners. Even in the flour there is hierarchy, but here, in the grinding, it is all just dust. We watch the dust motes swirling in the lamp light. They drift in the currents of air created by the moving donkey. They spiral up, catch the light, and float down. It is a silent snowfall in a warm room. The room is very warm. The friction of the stones generates heat. The bodies of the donkeys generate heat. The oven, which is in the back of the room, radiates heat. The oven is a large brick dome. The fire inside has been burning for hours. The bricks are soaking up the thermal energy. There is no open flame visible now, just the intense, shimmering heat radiating from the mouth of the oven. A second slave is working at a large wooden table. He is the kneader. The table is thick, scarred by knives and scrapers. On it sits a mountain of dough. Water has been added to the flour. The yeast, a piece of old dough saved from yesterday, has been mixed in. The dough is a living thing. It is heavy, pale, and elastic. The slave pushes his fists into it. Thump, squish. He folds it over. Slap. He pushes again. Thump. It is physical work. His shoulders move in a rhythm. His breathing is audible. HMPH, HMPH. The dough resists him. It is dense, but he is relentless. He turns it, folds it, punches it. The gluten strands are stretching, aligning. The structure of the bread is being built, push by push. There is no conversation. The noise of the mill makes talking difficult, and there is nothing to say. The work is the same every night. The grain arrives. The stone turns. The dough rises. We look back at the donkey. It pauses for a second to shake a fly from its flank. The rhythm breaks. Silence. The stone stops grinding. The slave with the shovel makes a clicking sound with his tongue. Tisk, tisk. The donkey sighs a long exhale through the nose and starts moving again. The inertia is overcome. The beam groans. The grinding resumes. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr are rows of finished loaves from the first batch. They are round, shaped like wheels, with scores cut across the top to divide them into wedges, 8 wedges per loaf. They are cooling. They are a deep golden brown. The crust is hard. If you tapped it, it would sound hollow. The smell coming from them is intoxicating. It is the smell of survival. It is the smell of civilization. It is a warm, nutty, comforting aroma that fills the entire space. But the slaves do not eat yet. They work. We notice a small detail. On the wall near the lamp, someone has scratched a tally mark into the plaster. Groups of 5 lines. Counting the sacks, counting the hours, counting the days until a festival. The marks are just scratches in the wall. A record of passing time in a room where time is measured in circles. The floor is slippery with flour. We have to be careful where we step. Our sandals leave prints in the white dust. We are leaving a trail, but it will be swept away in an hour. The donkey's harness is made of leather and rope. It is old. The leather is cracked and dark with sweat. Where the wood touches the donkey's shoulder, there is a pad of felted wool to prevent sores. The animal is cared for. It is the engine. If the engine stops, the bread stops. We lean against a stack of empty sacks. They are made of burlap, rough and scratchy. They smell of the warehouse, a dry, grassy smell. The rhythm of the room is sedative. The turning stone, the walking beast, the falling flour, the kneading hands. It is a machine of sustenance. It operates while the city sleeps so that when the sun rises there will be food. The Romans called bread Ceres after the goddess of grain. This room is her temple, but it is a dirty, dusty, sweaty temple. There is no marble here, only lava stone and brick. The heat is making us drowsy. The white noise of the grinding stone is like a heavy blanket. G-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R. G-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R. It sounds like the earth itself turning on its axis, grinding slowly. A rat scurries along the rafter high above. It is a shadow moving fast. It is looking for spilled grain. It finds none up there and disappears into a hole in the masonry. Even the pests are part of the ecosystem. The kneader stops. He takes a metal scraper and scrapes the dough off his hands. Scrape, scrape. He cuts the large mass of dough into smaller pieces with a knife. Chop, chop, chop. He begins to shape the loaves. He rolls a piece of dough into a ball. He flattens it slightly. He takes a string and presses it across the top to make the indentations. 1 wedge, 2 wedges, 4 wedges, 8 wedges. The loaf is formed. He places it on a wooden peel, a long shovel used to put bread in the oven. The repetition is endless. Roll, flatten, mark, place. The pister at the mill checks the hopper. It is half empty. He adds another scoop of grain. The sound changes slightly as the new grain hits the stones, a higher pitch for a second, then settling back into the bass rumble. We watch the donkey's hooves again. Pad, 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 always the same circle. There is a strange peace in the circle. There is no destination. There is no arrival. There is only the journey, which is also the destination. The donkey is walking but staying in the same place. The grain is changing form but remaining grain. The night is passing, but inside this room it feels eternal. The light from the lamps is getting yellower as the oil burns down. The shadows of the spinning mill beams sweep across the walls. Sweep, 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 like a lighthouse beam made of shadow. We close our eyes for a moment. The smell of the toasted wheat is everywhere. It is in our clothes. It is in our hair. The vibration of the floor travels up through our legs. We are part of the mill now. We are just another sack of grain waiting to be ground down by the slow, gentle pressure of the night. The pister yawns. He covers his mouth with a flour-caked hand. The donkey keeps walking. The stone keeps turning. The flour keeps falling. White dust, gray stone, warm air, slow time. The flour mill is behind us now. The smell of yeast and warm grain fades as we step back out onto the street. We walk a few blocks, the basalt stones cool under our sandals. The air changes again. It becomes humid, carrying a scent that is unmistakable in the Roman world. Wood smoke, damp sulfur, and olive oil. We are approaching the thermae, the public baths. At this hour, the massive complex is closed to the public. The crowds of shouting men, the splash of divers, the arguments over politics, all are gone. The great doors are barred, but the baths are never truly asleep. They are a machine that requires constant feeding. We slip in through a service entrance, used by the slaves who maintain the furnaces. We find ourselves in the hypocaust, the underfloor heating system. It is a labyrinth of low, brick tunnels beneath the main floors of the bathhouse. The ceiling here is only about 3 feet high, supported by hundreds of small pillars made of stacked square bricks, pilly stacks. We have to crouch. It is hot here, very hot. The heat comes from the profernium, the furnace room ahead. The air is dry and dusty, smelling of intense combustion. We see the furnace. It is a gaping mouth of brick glowing with a fierce orange light. A slave, the fornicator, is tending it. He is shirtless, his skin glistening with sweat and coated in soot. He moves slowly, conserving his energy in the oppressive heat. He picks up a log with iron tongs. It is a heavy piece of oak. He throws it into the fire. thump. A shower of sparks swirls up into the flue. The fire roars for a moment, a deep, sucking sound as it consumes the oxygen, then settles back into a steady, pulsing glow. The heat from this fire does not stay here. It flows. We can feel the draft. The hot air and smoke are drawn out of the furnace and channeled into the space between the pillars, right under the floor of the rooms above. It flows like a hot river of air. It warms the ceiling of this tunnel, which is the floor of the caldarium, the hot room upstairs. The slave picks up a shovel. He scoops up a pile of ash from the base of the furnace. Scrape, scrape. The sound of metal on brick is sharp. He dumps the ash into a bucket. It is a gray, powdery mound, the remnants of yesterday's forest. We leave the suffocating heat of the hypocaust and climb a narrow stone staircase. We emerge into the tepidarium, the warm room. It is dark here, lit only by the moonlight filtering through the high, arched windows. The room is vast. The ceiling is a vaulted dome, decorated with stucco relief. In the dark, the white plaster shapes, sea monsters, nymphs, waves, look like ghosts floating overhead. The floor under our feet is warm. It is a strange sensation. The air is cool, but the stone floor radiates a gentle, steady heat from the fire below. It feels like standing on a living creature. We walk across the mosaic floor. The pattern is a geometric maze of black and white. Step, step, step. Our footsteps echo. The acoustics here are wet and resonant. We move into the caldarium. This is the hottest room. Even now, with the doors open to let it air out, the walls radiate heat. The walls are hollow, lined with ceramic tubes, tubuli that carry the hot air up from the floor. The whole room is a radiator. There is a large rectangular pool in the center, the alveus. It is filled with hot water. Steam rises from the surface in lazy, swirling columns. The steam catches the moonlight, turning into pillars of white mist. The water is perfectly still. No ripples. We dip a finger in. It is hot. Not scalding, but hot enough to turn skin pink. The smell here is mineral. The water comes from a spring that carries sulfur and iron. It smells of the earth's deep plumbing. We sit on the marble bench that runs along the wall. The marble is warm against the back. Drip, drip. Condensation has formed on the domed ceiling. A single drop falls into the pool. Plop. The sound is amplified by the dome. It sounds like a pebble dropped in a well, then silence again. The steam shifts silently. It obscures the far wall. The room feels infinite, a white void of warm fog. We stand up and move to the frigidarium, the cold room. The transition is shocking. The air here is sharp and cold. There is no heating under this floor. The stone is icy. The pool here is circular and deep. The water is dark, almost black. It looks like ink. It is unheated water brought straight from the aqueduct. It smells of rain and mountains. The dome above is open at the top, an oculus. We can see the night sky directly, a circle of stars. The reflection of the oculus floats on the surface of the black water, a perfect circle of light in the darkness. It does not move. The water is heavy. We walk around the perimeter of the pool. Slap, slap. Our sandals sound loud on the cold marble. There are statues in niches along the wall, gods and athletes. A marble athlete holds a discus. He is frozen in the moment before the throw. His muscles are tense, carved in stone, but he will never throw it. He waits in the cold dark, watching the empty pool. A statue of Venus wrings water from her hair. She is naked, pale, and cold. A cleaner, a capsarius, is working in the corner. He is scrubbing the floor with a stiff brush and sand. Scrub, scrub, scrub. He is removing the oil and dirt left by hundreds of bodies. It is a slow, rhythmic work. Scrub, scrub, pause, scrub, scrub, pause. He rinses the spot with a bucket of water. Splash. The water runs across the floor into a drain. The gurgle of the drain is a low, sucking sound. The baths are a factory of cleanliness. Heat, water, stone, scrubbing. It is a cycle that repeats every night. The fire must be fed so the floor is warm at dawn. The floor must be scrubbed so it is clean at dawn. We wander into the changing room, the apoditarium. It is a long room lined with stone benches and niches in the wall for clothes. The niches are empty now. They look like rows of empty eyes. There is a smell of stale sweat and old wool here, lingering in the plaster. We sit on a bench. The stone is hard. We look down the long hallway. It disappears into shadow. It is incredibly quiet. The thick walls block out all street noise. We are deep inside the concrete mountain of the bathhouse. The only sound is the distant, muffled roar of the furnace far below. It sounds like the ocean heard through a shell. A constant, low-frequency hum. HMMMMMMMMM. It is a soothing sound. It means the system is working. The heart of the building is beating. We lean our head back against the wall. The plaster is cool. The steam from the caldarium drifts into the hallway, a thin wisp of fog that dissolves before it reaches us. We close our eyes. We imagine the water moving through the lead pipes in the walls. Rushing water, silent water, hot water, cold water. It flows around us, hidden behind the marble and the brick. The bathhouse is sleeping, but it is a restless sleep. It sweats. It breathes. It radiates heat. It is a giant stone beast waiting for the morning. We stay here for a while, just listening to the hum. The damp air settles on our skin, the peace of the empty public space. There is nothing to see, nothing to do, just the temperature, hot, cold, warm. The cleaner moves his brush again. Scrub, scrub, far away, rhythmic, boring, clean. We leave the humid, echoing chambers of the bathhouse. The air outside feels drier, but as we walk down the winding street, a new scent begins to rise. It is not the savory smell of the bakery, nor the wood smoke of the furnaces. It is sharp, chemical, and biting. It is the smell of ammonia and sulfur. We are approaching a Fulanica, a Roman laundry and textile factory. In the ancient world, wool does not stay white on its own. It yellows. It absorbs the oil of the skin and the dust of the city. To make a toga bright white, Candidus, requires chemistry and labor. This is the place where that happens. We step through a wide entrance into a courtyard. It is open to the sky, allowing the fumes to escape. The moonlight washes over a scene of industrial wetness. The floor here is concrete, waterproofed with crushed tile. It is slick and shiny. Along the walls are small stalls, each containing a large terracotta tub sunk into the ground. These are the treading stalls. Inside the tubs there is liquid. It is a mixture of water, fuller's earth, a type of clay that absorbs grease, and aged ammonia. The ammonia acts as the cleaning agent, breaking down the oils in the wool. There are men working here. They are the fulloons. They stand inside the tubs, thigh-deep in the wash. Their tunics are tucked up high. They hold onto the sides of the stall for balance, and they dance. It is a slow, heavy, rhythmic dance. They lift their legs and stomp down on the cloth. Splosh, stomp, splosh, stomp. The sound is wet and heavy. It is the sound of water being forced through heavy fabric. The wool is thick and heavy with liquid. The men press it against the bottom of the tub with their heels, squeezing out the dirt. Let us watch the rhythm of the feet. Left foot up, water drains off the skin. Left foot down, splosh. Right foot up, right foot down, splosh. There is no music, only the beat of the water. The men do not look at each other. They look down at the gray, swirling water. They are in a trance of repetition. Their legs move like pistons. Up, down, up, down. The smell is strong here, but after a few minutes, the nose adjusts. It becomes just a background texture, the scent of clean sharpness. It is the smell of bright white things in the making. In the center of the courtyard, there are rinsing tanks. Here, the water is fresh and clear, flowing from a lead pipe. A worker pulls a heavy woolen tunic from a washing tub. It is sodden, weighing perhaps 20 pounds with the water. He drags it to the rinsing tank. Slap. He throws it in. The clear water turns cloudy for a moment as the clay washes out. He pushes the cloth under. Bubbles rise to the surface. Gurgle. Bloop. He swirls the tunic around. The water flows over the fabric, carrying away the soap and the dirt. It is a gentle, swirling motion. Swish, swish. The wool looks brighter now. In the moonlight, it glows faintly. To the side of the courtyard, there is a drying rack. It is a wooden frame, shaped like a bell or a beehive. A cloak has been draped over it to dry. Underneath the frame, there is a small pot burning brimstone, sulfur. The sulfur burns with a blue, ghostly flame. It releases a thin, acrid smoke that rises up through the wicker frame and passes through the damp wool. This is the bleaching process. The sulfur smoke whitens the fabric, stripping away the last of the natural yellow tint. We watch the smoke. It curls lazily, trapped by the heavy, wet wool. It filters through the weave, disappearing into the fiber. The fire is small. It makes no sound. It just glows blue in the dark corner. Further back, there is the finishing area. Here, the cloth that is already dry is being treated. The wool of a new toga is rough. It needs to be brushed to raise the nap. A worker sits on a stool. He holds a tool made of hedgehog skin, dried leather with the spine still attached, or perhaps a thistle frame. He brushes the dry cloth. Scrape, scrape, scrape. It is a dry, rasping sound, like sandpaper on wood. He brushes in one direction, raising the tiny fibers of the wool to make it soft. Scrape. Scrape. Dust motes dance in the air where he works, tiny fibers of wool floating in the lamp light. Next to him is the press, the pressorium. It is a large wooden screw press, similar to the ones used for wine or oil, but used here to flatten the cloth. Folded tunics are placed between flat wooden boards. The large vertical screw is turned. Creak. Grow on. The wood compresses the cloth. It squeezes the fibers flat, giving the fabric a glossy, smooth sheen. The press holds the cloth tight. It is locked in place. The pressure is constant. The tunics sit there, under the weight of the screw, becoming perfectly flat. There is a sense of immense stillness in the press. The energy is potential, stored in the tension of the wood. The dampness of the room is palpable. You can feel it on your skin. It is a cool, clean dampness. Water is everywhere. It drips from the ceiling where the steam has condensed. Drip. It runs in little channels cut into the floor. Trickle. It sloshes in the tubs. Splash. The work is slow. It cannot be rushed. You cannot stomp the dirt out faster. You have to let the chemistry work. You have to let the water do its job. The fullones shift their weight. One leg, then the other. It is a marathon of walking in place. We notice a pile of dirty clothes in the corner. They are waiting their turn. They are gray, lifeless heaps of fabric. Then we look at the drying line. A row of tunics hangs there, swaying very slightly in the night breeze. They are white, ghostly white. They look like empty bodies floating in the dark. They are clean. The order has been restored. The stain of the city has been washed away. The worker at the rinsing tank pulls the plug. Glug, glug, glug. The dirty water spirals down the drain, disappearing into the sewers below. The sound is hollow and final. He waits for the tank to empty. Then he replaces the plug. The fresh water begins to fill it again. Hiss. The sound of water hitting stone. The level rises slowly, inch by inch. We sit on a wooden bench near the entrance, away from the spray. The rhythm of the stomping is hypnotic. Squish step, squish step. It sounds like a heartbeat, a wet, slow heartbeat. The moon reflects off the wet floor. The whole courtyard looks like a mirror made of dark water. The blue flame of the sulfur burns steadily. The screw press stands silent and heavy. The water flows. There is no conversation. The men are tired. They save their breath for the work. The only communication is the splash of water and the creak of wood. It is a place of purification, but it is a boring, repetitive, industrial purification. We watch a single drop of water fall from a hanging cloak. It gathers at the hem, it grows heavy. It elongates, it falls. It hits the puddle below, plink. Ripples spread out. And then another drop forms, waiting, growing, falling, plink. The cycle of the laundry. Wet, dry, dirty, clean, stomp, rest. The air is cool. The smell of ammonia fades into the background, leaving only the scent of wet wool and water. We close our eyes and listen to the water. It is washing away the day. It is washing away the noise. It is just fluid and fabric moving in the dark. We leave the damp, rhythmic splashing of the Phononica behind. The air dries out as we walk further into the city. The sharp scent of ammonia fades, replaced by something much subtler, drier, and dustier. It is the smell of old reeds, carbon ink, and parchment. We are entering a bibliotheca, a library and scriptorium attached to a wealthy household or a public temple. It is very late. The scholars and the readers have gone home. The great hall of the library is empty, but in a small side room work continues. This is the copy room. Books in the ancient world are not printed, they are written. Every word, every letter, every punctuation mark must be drawn by a human hand. The room is small and quiet. The walls are lined with wooden shelves, armaria. On these shelves, hundreds of scrolls lie horizontally. They look like honeycomb cells. Each one has a small tag hanging from the end, a syllabus made of parchment identifying the work. Virgil, Livy, Cicero. The tags hang motionless in the still air. In the center of the room sits a copyist. He is a slave, highly educated, likely Greek. He sits at a slanted wooden desk. The light comes from a double-wick oil lamp placed carefully to his left, so his hand does not cast a shadow on the page. The flame is steady, shielded by a small screen of translucent horn. He is copying a text. Let us look at the materials. On the desk lies a roll of fresh papyrus. It is pale yellow, made of fibers laid in a grid pattern, vertical on one side, horizontal on the other. The surface is smooth, burnished with a stone to make the ink flow better. He holds a calamus, a reed pen. It is a simple piece of river reed, dried and cut to a sharp point with a knife. The tip is split in the middle to hold the ink. The ink atramentum sits in a small bronze pot. It is black, made from soot, gum arabic, and water. It is thick and dark. He dips the pen. Dip. He wipes the excess on the rim of the pot. Scrape. He brings the pen to the papyrus. Scratch. The sound is distinct. It is a dry, fibrous sound. The reed scratching against the plant fibers of the paper. Scritch, scratch. Scritch, scratch. He is writing in rustica capitals. These are tall, narrow letters with gentle curves. He writes the letter A 3 strokes. Diagonal, diagonal, crossbar. He writes the letter M vertical, diagonal, diagonal, vertical. He writes the letter O 2 curved strokes meeting perfectly at the top and bottom. There is no space between the words, scriptio continua. The letters flow in an unbroken river across the page. It requires intense concentration to keep the spacing even. His hand moves with a practiced, fluid economy. He does not hesitate. He has written these letters millions of times. Dip, write, dip, write. The text is boring. It is a treatise on agriculture, de re rustica. It is a list of instructions on how to plant vines. The trench must be 3 feet deep. The soil must be turned in the Ides of October. The words are dry facts, but the act of writing them is beautiful in its monotony. We watch the ink dry. When it first touches the paper, it is glistening and wet. It sits on top of the fiber. Then slowly it sinks in. The shine disappears, the black becomes matte, the word becomes permanent. It takes a few seconds for a line to dry. The scribe waits or blows gently on the page. H. A soft exhale. Once a column is finished, he must roll the scroll. He uses his left hand to roll up the finished part on the left and unroll a fresh section of blank papyrus on the right. Crinkle. The sound of papyrus is brittle. It sounds like dry leaves rustling. Crinkle. Snap. The fresh page is flat and ready. The room is silent except for the pen. Scritch, scritch. Occasionally the lamp sputters. Pop. The copyist pauses. He trims the wick with a small knife. The light steadies. He resumes. There is a jar of water and a sponge on the desk. If he makes a mistake, which is rare, he can wash the ink away before it sets completely. But tonight there are no mistakes, only the steady march of letters. We look at the shelves again. The scrolls are sleeping. Some are contained in leather buckets capsy. The leather is old and cracked. Some are wrapped in covers of purple or yellow parchment. They contain the thoughts of dead men. But here in the dark they are just objects. Rolls of paper, glue, soot. A moth flutters around the lamp. It bumps softly against the horn shield. Tap, tap. The scribe ignores it. His world is the tip of the pen. The passage of time here is measured in lines. 15 lines per column, 30 columns per scroll. The work is a slow accumulation of distance. He is traveling through the text inch by inch. We focus on the grain of the wooden desk. It is stained with ink spots from years of work. Tiny black constellations on the wood. Each spot is a mistake from the past. The scribe's fingers are stained too. The tips of his thumb, index, and middle finger are permanently black, the mark of his trade. He reaches the end of a sentence. He lifts the pen. He rests his hand for a moment. He flexes his fingers. The tendons stretch. The silence rushes back into the room, filling the space left by the scratching sound. It is a heavy, dusty silence. The smell of the papyrus is stronger now. It smells like the Nile River far away. It smells of sun-baked reeds. He dips the pen again. Dip. The rhythm restarts. Scritch, scratch. The letter V, the letter I, the letter T, vitis, the vine. The letters are soldiers standing in formation. They will march across this page for 2,000 years. But for now, they are just wet ink in a quiet room. We lean back against a bookshelf. The wood is solid. The repetition is soothing. The hand moves. The ink flows. The scroll turns. It is a machine of memory powered by a single human hand in the middle of the night. The scribe's breathing is slow and shallow. He is in a state of deep focus, almost a trance. He is not reading the words for meaning. He is seeing them as shapes, curves, lines, angles. The lamp oil is half gone. The night is deep. The agricultural advice continues. Plant the roots carefully. Water them well. We watch the letters form one by one. It is slow. It is tedious. It is perfect. The black ink on the pale page. Contrast, clarity, silence. The dry scent of the scriptorium fades behind us. We are moving downwards now, descending the slope of the city towards the lowest point of the valley. The ground beneath our sandals changes from the neat paving stones of the upper districts to a muddier, slicker surface. The air grows heavier, thicker, and colder. It carries a smell that is ancient and powerful, the smell of wet silt, rotting driftwood, and deep, moving water. We have reached the banks of the Tiber. The river is the artery of Rome, but tonight it is a vein of black ink. It flows silently, a massive, sluggish body of water moving towards the sea. The surface is not smooth like the pool in the atrium. It is textured with swirls and eddies, treacherous currents that pull at the mud banks. In the moonlight, the water looks like oil, heavy and opaque. We stand on the Emporium, the great paved wharf of the city. During the day, this place is a chaotic hive of shouting stevedores, cranes, and merchants. Now, it is a vast, gray expanse of silence. The stone quays are empty of people. They stretch out into the darkness, lined with the silent shapes of the warehouses, the horia. But the river is not empty. It is crowded with boats. These are the naves caudicariae, the river barges. They are flat-bottomed, wide, and heavy, designed to carry immense loads of grain and oil from the seaport of Ostia up to the city. They are moored now, tied up in rows, bumping gently against each other. Bump creak, bump creak. Let us focus on the ropes. The barges are held in place by thick hemp hawsers. These ropes are as thick as a man's arm. They are rough, hairy, with loose fibers. They have been soaked in tar to prevent rot, so they smell sharp and smoky, mixing with the river smell. We watch one rope where it loops around a stone bollard on the quay. The rope is under tension. The current of the river wants to take the boat away. The rope holds it back. Creak, the fibers stretch. You can hear them groaning. It is a dry, fibrous sound, a complaint of the material against the strain. Then the current shifts slightly. The rope goes slack. It droops down, almost touching the water. Then it tightens again. Snap tight. The cycle repeats. Tension, release, tension, release. It is the breathing of the river fleet. We walk along the edge of the quay. We are careful of the slippery moss that grows on the wet stones. We pass a barge laden with timber. Huge logs of silver fir from the Apennines are stacked on the deck. They are chained down. The wood is pale in the moonlight. The boat sits low in the water, heavy with the weight of the forest. The water laps against the hull just inches from the deck. Lap, lap, lap. It is a rhythmic, soothing sound. The water is trying to find a way in, but the wood is caulked tight with pitch. The boat is a sealed shell. On the stern of the barge there is a small cabin. It is little more than a wooden shed. A lantern hangs from a hook outside the cabin. The flame is turned low, just a red ember behind the horn pane. Inside, a boatman is sleeping. We can hear his snoring. Snort, wheeze, snort, wheeze. It harmonizes with the creaking of the ropes. He is rocking gently with the motion of the boat. He has spent his life on this water. The movement is his cradle. We look at the water again. A piece of driftwood floats by. It is a jagged branch stripped of bark, white as a bone. It moves swiftly in the center channel, spinning slowly. Spin, drift. It passes under the bridge, the Pons Aemilius. The bridge is a massive structure of stone arches. The piers stand in the water like giants' legs. The water rushes around them, creating a white foam at the base. Rush. The sound of the water breaking against the stone is constant. It is white noise, a curtain of sound that blocks out the rest of the city. We sit on a pile of amphory shards. This is Monte Testaccio, the mountain of pots looming behind the warehouses. Millions of broken oil jars are piled here. But down here on the dock, there are just a few broken pieces, crunching underfoot. Crunch. The dampness is seeping into everything. The wood of the docks is black with moisture. The stone bollards are slick. Mist is rising from the surface of the river, curling around the masts of the barges. The masts are bare. The sails are furled and stowed away. The rigging hangs loose. Ropes and pulleys, blocks and tackle. They swing slightly in the damp air. Clack, clack, wood hitting wood. A hollow, lonely sound. We observe a rat, larger than the one in the mill, moving along a mooring rope. It is a tightrope walker. It moves with incredible balance, its tail acting as a counterweight. It runs from the quay to the boat, disappearing into the cargo hold to find spilled grain. The logistics of the empire feed the rats as well as the citizens. Far across the river on the Trastevere side we see a few lights, small yellow windows in the darkness, but they are unreachable. The river divides the city. Here, on this side, there is only the industry of the port. There is a crane, a polyspaston, standing on the dock. It is a huge wooden machine with a treadwheel. Men would walk inside the wheel to lift heavy loads. Now the wheel is still. It is locked in place with a wooden wedge. The crane towers over us, a skeleton of timber against the night sky. The ropes hang down from the pulley blocks, swaying. It looks like a sleeping dinosaur, massive, silent, powerful. We lean over the edge of the quay and look down into the gap between the barge and the stone wall. The water there is blacker than black. It churns and sucks. Gurgle, slap, suck. It is a dangerous, deep sound, but from the safety of the stone it is just a texture, a dark, liquid texture. The smell of the river mud is complex. It smells of mountains where the water started, of fields where it collected silt, and of the city where it collected waste. It is an earthy, organic smell. We breathe it in. It is cool and damp. A small fish jumps. Splash. Ripples spread out in perfect concentric circles, disrupting the reflection of the moon. Then the river swallows the disturbance. The current wipes the surface clean again. The water flows on. We watch the reflection of the bridge arches in the water. They tremble and shake with the current, but they do not break. The reflection is fluid. The stone is solid. The night is at its deepest point. This is the hour of the wolf, the time when the night is darkest before the very first hint of dawn. But dawn is still far away. Here there is no time, only the flow. The river has flowed here before Rome was built. It will flow here after the ruins are gone. It is indifferent. It is boring. It is relentless. The boatman rolls over in his sleep. The barge tilts slightly, then rights itself. Creak. The rope tightens. Groan. We focus on the knot tying the rope to the bollard. It is a complex knot, perhaps a clove hitch backed up with a half hitch. The rope bites into itself. Friction holding tons of wood against the current. The hemp is frayed at the stress points. Tiny fibers stick out like a halo. We could study that knot for hours. The geometry of it, the physics of it. It holds. The mist is getting thicker. It softens the outlines of the warehouses. The buildings become gray loomings in the fog. The other side of the river disappears completely. We are alone on the edge of the world. Just the stone wharf, the wooden boats, and the water. Rush, lap, lap, creak. It is a symphony of damp materials. We close our eyes and listen to the water talking to the wood. It tells a long, slow story about gravity and the sea. It is a story with no plot, just movement, endless, fluid movement. We feel the cold radiating from the river. It chills the air. We pull our cloak tighter. The wool feels warm and dry against the dampness of the night. The contrast is comforting. Safety on the shore. Movement in the water. The barge settles deeper into a trough of water. The silence returns, filled only by the liquid background noise. Everything is drifting. Everything is heavy. Everything is wet. The damp chill of the river stays with us as we turn back towards the city center, but soon a new warmth begins to greet us. It is not the humid heat of the baths, nor the dry heat of the summer day. It is a sweet, yeasty, radiating warmth that smells of life itself. We are returning to the pistrinum, but not to the mill room this time. We are entering the heart of the operation, the oven room. The flour has been ground. The dough has been kneaded. Now it is time for the fire and the brick. The room is dominated by the oven, the furnace. It is a massive, beehive-shaped structure made of brick and concrete. It occupies almost an entire wall. The outside of the oven is warm to the touch, plaster over brick, radiating a gentle heat that pushes back the night chill. But inside it is an inferno tamed. The fire that was built hours ago has burned down to a bed of intense, glowing coals. The fornicator, the oven attendant, is now preparing the baking surface. He uses a long wooden rake. a rutabulum to push the embers to the back of the oven. Scrape, scrape. The sound is gritty. Ash and coal moving against fired clay. He clears the floor of the oven. It is made of smooth, flat tiles. They are incredibly hot, saturated with thermal energy. He takes a bundle of wet rags tied to a long pole, a malleolus. He sweeps the floor of the oven to clean off the ash. Hiss. Steam rises instantly as the wet rag touches the hot tile. The steam curls out of the oven mouth, smelling of wood smoke and wet cloth. It vanishes into the rafters. Now the floor is clean. It is ready. On a long wooden table, the loaves are waiting. They have been proofing, rising in the warm air. Let us look at them. They are the panis quadratus we saw earlier. Round, scored into 8 wedges. They have swollen. The dough has relaxed. The surface is smooth and pale, dusted with a fine layer of flour. If you were to touch one gently, your finger would leave a dent that slowly springs back. They are soft, living pillows of potential food. The pister picks up a wooden peel, a flat shovel with a long handle. He sprinkles a little flour on it to prevent sticking. He slides the peel under a loaf. Shhhhk, a soft, sliding sound. The loaf sits on the wood. He moves to the oven mouth. He slides the peel inside, deep into the dark, hot cavern. With a quick jerk of his wrist, he pulls the peel back. Snap. The loaf stays behind, sitting on the hot tile. He repeats this. Slide, lift, insert, snap, slide, lift, insert, snap. He works with a rhythm. He places the loaves in concentric circles, filling the oven floor from back to front. He does not waste an inch of space. It is a geometry of bread. Once the oven is full, he closes the door. It is a heavy iron plate that fits over the mouth of the oven. He seals the edges with a bit of wet clay to keep the heat in. Now the invisible work begins. Inside the dark chamber, the heat is attacking the dough. The air bubbles inside the bread expand. The loaf rises, puffing up. Expansion. The crust begins to form. The sugars in the flour caramelize. The pale dough turns gold, then brown. We sit on a stool in the corner. The room is quiet now. The scraping has stopped. The shuffling has stopped. There is only the waiting. The smell begins to change. It starts as the smell of raw dough, yeasty and sour. Then slowly it transforms. The smell of baking bread begins to fill the room. It is a rich, nutty, toasted smell. It is dense. It feels like you could eat the air. It triggers a primal response. It is the smell of safety, the smell of home. The heat from the oven wall warms our face. Our back is cool against the stone wall of the room. It is a comfortable balance. We watch the fornicator. He is not idle. He is preparing for the next batch. He is wiping down the table. Swish, swish. He is scraping the dough trough. Scritch, scritch. He moves slowly. He is tired but efficient. He does not waste energy. A cat wanders in from the street, attracted by the warmth. It is different from the garden cat. This one is dusty, its fur matted with flour. It rubs against the legs of the table. Purr. A low, rumbling vibration. It curls up near the oven wall, tucking its nose into its tail. It knows the best spot. It closes its eyes and sleeps instantly. The silence is measured by the baking time. There is no clock on the wall. The baker knows the time by the smell. He knows it by the heat. He knows it by instinct. We stare at the iron door of the oven. Behind that metal plate, a transformation is happening. Soft becomes hard. Pale becomes dark. Wet becomes dry. The fire crackles faintly at the back of the oven. A pop of sap in a piece of charcoal. Pop. It is a cozy sound. We look at the flour dust floating in the air. In the warmth of the oven room, the air currents are spiraling upwards. The dust motes dance in slow, lazy corkscrews, up and up, catching the light of the oil lamp. Golden dust. The baker sits down for a moment. He wipes his forehead with his forearm. He stares at the floor. He is lost in thought, or perhaps he is thinking of nothing at all, just waiting. the patience of the trade. You cannot rush the bread. If you open the door too soon, the heat escapes, the bread collapses. You must trust the process. The warmth makes our eyelids heavy. The smell is intoxicatingly sleepy. It is a blanket of scent. We could fall asleep right here, sitting on the stool, surrounded by the promise of breakfast. Finally, the baker stands up. He knows. He breaks the clay seal on the door. It crumbles, dry dirt falling to the floor. Crunch. He lifts the iron door aside. A wave of intense heat rolls out. It is invisible, but we can see the air shimmering in front of the oven mouth. And the smell, it billows out, concentrated and perfect. Fresh bread. He takes the peel again. He reaches in. He taps the top of a loaf with the wood. Thump, thump, hollow, it is done. He scoops it up and slides it out. The loaf is a deep mahogany brown. It is beautiful. The scores have opened up, creating crispy ridges. The crust is crackled. He slides it onto a wooden rack to cool. The bread crackles as it cools. Snap, crackle. The crust is contracting. The steam is escaping. The bread is singing its final song. He removes them one by one. Slide, scoop, slide, rack, slide, scoop, slide, rack. The rack fills up. A wall of brown, round wheels. The heat in the room spikes as the hot bread fills the air. It is a dry, toasted heat. The baker looks at his work. He nods once. No excitement, just satisfaction. The count is correct. The color is correct. The city will eat today. We watch the steam rising from the cooling rack. It drifts up, ghostly white against the dark ceiling. The cat does not move. It just stretches a paw, claws extending for a second, then retracts them, dreaming of mice or milk. The oven is empty now. It is cooling, but it will hold its heat for hours. The cycle is complete. Wheat to flour, flour to dough, dough to bread, bread to life. The room settles back into silence. The crackling of the crust slows down and stops. The bread sits there, silent, solid, real. We breathe in the warm air one last time. It is the most boring, wonderful smell in the world. The warm, toasted air of the bakery is left behind. We step back into the street, where the air is cooler and carries the faint mineral scent of the paving stones. We walk a short distance, turning a corner into a narrower lane. Here, the buildings are packed tight, shops on the ground floor with apartments above. We stop at a wooden shutter, locked tight for the night. We slip inside the mind of the shop, into the taberna of a suitor, a cobbler and shoemaker. The smell hits us instantly. It is a rich, masculine, earthy smell. It is the smell of tanned leather, beeswax, and pine pitch. It is a dense smell that hangs low in the room, absorbed into the wooden walls and the floorboards. The shop is small. In the daylight, it would be open to the street, bustling with customers measuring their feet. Now, in the dark, it is a cave of tools and textures. A single oil lamp, left burning low on a shelf to keep the damp away, casts long, distorted shadows across the workbench. The workbench is the altar of this trade. It is a slab of oak, thick and heavy. The surface is not smooth. It is a landscape of labor. It is scarred with thousands of cuts from the paring knife. Crisscrossing lines, deep gouges, smooth depressions where a hand has rested for 40 years. The wood is stained black with dye and oil. It is polished by the friction of leather sliding over it. On the bench, the tools are laid out. They are silent now, but they hold the memory of the hand. There is the subula, the awl. It has a wooden handle, bulbous and smooth, worn to the exact shape of the cobbler's palm. The metal point is iron, sharpened to a needle tip. It is used to pierce the tough leather. It sits there, pointing towards the wall. Next to it is the coulter, the curved knife. The blade is shaped like a crescent moon. It is kept razor sharp. It reflects the tiny flame of the lamp. A thin line of silver light on the dark metal. This knife slices through cowhide as if it were parchment. Now it rests. There is a ball of beeswax. It is yellow and indented with thumbprints. The cobbler pulls his linen thread through this wax to make it waterproof and strong. The thread itself is wound on a wooden spool. It is thick, unbleached linen. Twist, pull, wax. The spool is still. The thread is waiting to be stitched. Let us look at the shoes. On a shelf there is a row of finished calci, the standard outdoor boots. They are made of soft leather dyed black. The leather is supple. It has been oiled and rubbed until it shines with a dull luster. They sit in pairs, left, right, left, right. They look like they are marching even though they are still. They are waiting for feet. They are waiting for the road. On the workbench there is a work in progress. It is a caliga, a soldier's sandal. The sole is thick, made of 3 layers of heavy cowhide laminated together. It is heavy. It smells of the tannery, a sharp oak bark smell. The straps are cut but not yet attached. They curl like shavings of wood. The cobbler has been hammering hobnails into the sole. The nails are made of iron. They have round, conical heads. They are designed to grip the dirt of Germany or the sand of Syria. A small pile of loose nails sits on the table. They look like dark seeds. Clink. If you were to drop one, it would make a tiny sound, but nothing drops. The hammer lies beside the shoe. It has a flat head and a wooden shaft wrapped in leather for grip. The leather wrap is stained with sweat. We can imagine the sound of the day. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, tap, tap. The rhythm of the hammer driving the nails into the leather. It is a precise, staccato sound. But now the hammer is just a weight on the wood. In the corner there is a pile of leather scraps, cuttings, odd shapes left over from the main hide. They are curled and twisted. Some are brown, some are black, some are the pale beige of raw hide. They form a chaotic, soft mound in the shadows. A mouse might nest there, finding warmth in the wool-lined scraps. The floor is covered in leather dust and tiny snippets of thread. It is a soft carpet of waste. When the shop opens, it will be swept out into the street. But for now, it deadens the sound of our footsteps. There is a forma, alas. It is a wooden model of a foot carved from maple. It looks like a foot, but it is too smooth, too perfect. It has no toes, just a solid block. The leather is stretched over this wood to give the shoe its shape. The wood of the last is pale, contrasting with the dark leather of the bench. It looks ghostly in the dim light. A wooden foot that never walks. The air in the shop is very still. The shutters block out the wind. The leather absorbs the sound. It is a dry silence. The smell of the pitch, used to glue the layers of the sole, is sharp. It tickles the back of the nose. It is the smell of pine forests, distilled and thickened into a black, sticky resin. A small pot of pitch sits near the lamp. It has cooled and hardened into a shiny black disc. We sit on the cobbler's stool. It is low to the ground. The seat is made of woven rushes, polished smooth by years of sitting. From down here, the shop looks different. We see the underside of the bench. We see the darkness under the shelves. We pick up a scrap of leather. It is stiff. We bend it, creak. It resists. It wants to stay flat. We run a thumb over the surface. It is grainy. This was the skin of an animal. Now it is an object of utility. The transformation is boring and miraculous. Skin to shoe. The lamp flickers. The shadows of the tools dance for a second. The knife seems to move. The awl seems to point in a new direction. Then the flame steadies and the tools freeze again. There is a bucket of water under the bench. The surface is coated with a thin film of dust. It is used to wet the leather to make it pliable, dip, soak, mold. The water is dark. It reflects nothing. The shop feels timeless. A Roman cobbler in the 1st century works exactly like a cobbler in the 10th or the 15th. The tools do not change. The leather does not change. The foot does not change. It is a continuity of craft. Stitch, hammer, cut, stitch, hammer, cut. We look at the unfinished sandal again. The straps are waiting to be laced. Tomorrow the hammer will strike the iron nails. Clang, clang. But tonight the iron is cold. The leather is resting. The tension is gone from the material. The silence here is dense. It is wrapped in layers of cowhide. We close our eyes and breathe in the smell of the beeswax. It is sweet and organic. It smells of order, of things being made strong, of things being made to last. The world outside is walking on these shoes. The night watchman on the street, the baker at the oven, the driver of the ox cart. They are all wearing the work of this room, but the room itself is barefoot. It is stripped down to the wood and the iron. We stay for a moment longer in the leather cave. The smell is comforting. It is a smell of protection. We are safe here among the boots and the lasts, waiting for the morning, waiting for the first step. We step out of the leather-scented air of the cobbler's shop. The street is darker now. The moon has dipped lower, casting longer, stranger shadows across the basalt stones. We walk quietly, our sandals making no sound on the smooth road. The air changes again. The heavy, earthy smell of leather is replaced by something lighter, more complex and dusty. It is a scent of dried herbs, bitter roots, and resin. We are standing before the Taberna Medicus, the apothecary's shop. The door is closed, but we slip inside. The room is small and lined from floor to ceiling with shelves. It feels like standing inside a wooden cabinet. The air is very dry here. Moisture is the enemy of dried herbs, so the room is kept sealed and arid. The shelves are filled with jars, hundreds of them, jar, jar, jar. They are made of ceramic, glass, and alabaster. Some are sealed with wax, some with cork, some with leather tied down with string. They are the library of the body's repair. Let us look at a row of ceramic jars on the middle shelf. They are simple, unglazed clay. On the side of each jar, a label is painted in black ink. The letters are small and precise. Mentha, mint salvia, sage papaver, poppy. We approach the jar labeled papaver. We can imagine what is inside. Dried poppy heads, brittle, bulbous shakers filled with tiny black seeds. They are the source of sleep, the source of pain relief. The jar sits perfectly still. It holds the potential for oblivion, but right now, it is just a clay pot on a wooden shelf. Next to it is a jar of silphium. This is rare, a precious resin from Cyrene. It smells pungent and sharp, even through the seal. It is used for everything from indigestion to coughs. The resin inside is a hardened, amber-colored tear. It has traveled thousands of miles to sit in this dark room. On the counter, a high, polished wooden surface, stands the tool of the trade, the mortar and pestle. It is made of heavy bronze. The metal is cold and smooth. The pestle rests inside the bowl, clink. If we were to move it, it would ring like a bell, but it is silent. In the bottom of the mortar, there is a fine dusting of gray powder, residual residue from the day's grinding. Grind, crush, pulverize, the motion is circular, round and round, breaking the structure of the plant to release the oil. Hanging from the rafters are bundles of drying herbs. They are upside down, tied with twine. They look like dried floral arrangements. There is fennel, its feathery leaves turned to brown crisp. There is wormwood, gray-green and bitter. There is chamomile, the small yellow flowers now faded and shriveled. They rustle very faintly if a draft moves through the room. Rustle, rustle, a dry, whispering sound, like paper rubbing together. In the corner, there is a small cabinet with a lock. This is for the poisons and the expensive compounds. Aconite, hemlock, snake venom. They are dangerous, but in the right dose, they are medicine. The lock is iron. It is rusted shut. The danger is contained. We see a set of scales, Libra, sitting on the counter. It is a delicate instrument made of brass. Two small pans hang from chains on a central beam. The beam is perfectly balanced. It is horizontal. 0 equals 0. Beside it is a box of weights, tiny squares of bronze and lead, uncia, scripulum. The apothecary deals in tiny amounts, a pinch, a grain. The scales are motionless. They are waiting to judge the weight of a cure. The smell in the room is layered. At the bottom, the smell of dust and old wood. In the middle, the sweet smell of anise and licorice. At the top, the sharp, biting smell of camphor and vinegar. It is a clean smell. It clears the head. We pick up a small glass vial. It is blue glass blown thin. It contains rose oil. We hold it up to the dim light coming from the street. The oil is thick and yellow. It moves slowly when we tilt the glass. Glug. It is viscous. The Romans used this for headaches, for skin, for perfume. It is the essence of a summer garden trapped in glass. On a lower shelf there are boxes of minerals. Red ochre, chalk, sulfur, they are ground into pastes. The chalk is white and soft. The sulfur is yellow and smells of the volcano. They are the bones of the earth, used to heal the bones of men. The silence here is clinical. It is a studious silence. There is no machinery here, no millstones, no furnaces, only the quiet chemistry of nature. The jars are like sentinels. They stand in rows guarding their contents. They do not rot, they do not change, they just wait. We lean against the counter. The wood is cool. We look at the shadows cast by the hanging herbs. They look like strange, spindly trees growing on the ceiling. The room feels suspended in time. The medicine is ready. If a child has a fever, the jar is here. If a soldier has a wound, the salve is here. But tonight, everyone is healthy. Everyone is sleeping. There is a small bowl of water on the counter used for mixing. The water has evaporated slightly, leaving a ring of white mineral deposit on the rim. Time is marking its passage even here. Evaporation. Slow. Invisible. We put the blue glass vial back on the shelf. Clink. Glass on wood. It settles into its place among its brothers. The apothecary is likely asleep in the room upstairs. His hands smell of mint and garlic. The shop below is his mind turned inside out, organized, labeled, weighed. We take a deep breath. The air is medicinal. It feels purifying to breathe it. It dries the throat slightly. It calms the pulse. We watch a spider lower itself from a bundle of dried sage. It spins a thread. Spin. Down, down. It lands on the bronze mortar. It walks across the cold metal. It is the only living thing moving in the room. The jars watch, the scales wait, the herbs dry. It is a sanctuary of small things. Seeds, leaves, drops of oil, grains of dust, all meaningful, all silent. We turn to leave. The door closes behind us with a soft click. The smell of the herbs lingers in our nose for a moment, then is washed away by the cool night air of the street. The shop remains behind, a sealed box of cures in the dark. The clean, medicinal scent of the apothecary fades into the night air. We continue our walk through the silent streets, moving towards the edge of the city, near the river where the soil is thick and heavy. The ground here feels different beneath our sandals, softer, cooler. The air is dense with humidity. We are approaching the Figlina, the pottery workshop. This is not a place of small, delicate crafts. This is a factory. It is where the empire makes its plates, its cups, its lamps, and its massive transport jars. It is a place of mud and fire. We enter through a wide wooden gate that has been left ajar. The first thing we notice is the smell. It is a raw, primal smell. The smell of wet earth, of riverbed clay, of damp stone. It smells like the ground after a heavy rainstorm, but concentrated and enclosed. We stand in the yard. In the moonlight, we see the settling tanks. These are large, rectangular pits lined with wood. They are filled with liquid clay slip. The clay has been dug from the banks of the river and mixed with water. Now it sits here, settling. The heavy stones and sand sink to the bottom. The pure, fine clay floats on top. The surface of the clay in the tank is a perfect, glossy mirror. It is gray and slick. It looks like a pool of mercury. Drip. A drop of water falls from a wooden trough into the tank. Bloop. The thick liquid swallows the drop slowly. The ripples are sluggish. They move like oil. We walk past the tanks into the main workshop. It is a long, low building with a roof of timber and tile. Inside, it is a forest of shelves. Rows and rows of wooden planks stretch into the darkness. On these shelves sit the amphorae, hundreds of them. They are drying before they can be fired. This is the leather-hard stage. The clay is firm but still cool and damp to the touch. Let us look at their shape. They are identical: a pointed bottom, a bulbous body, a long, narrow neck, two heavy handles on the neck. They look like soldiers standing at attention, row after row, regiment after regiment. They are not art. They are shipping containers. They exist to hold oil or wine, to be sealed, to be shipped, and eventually to be broken. We touch the side of one amphora. The clay is cold. It sucks the heat from our fingertips. It feels smooth, polished by the wet hands of the potter. We can see the faint ridges on the surface, the spiral marks left by fingers as the pot spun on the wheel. Spiral, spiral, spiral. The mark of the human hand, frozen in mud. In the center of the room stands the potter's wheel, the rota figularis. It is silent now. It is a heavy disc of wood balanced on a vertical iron spindle. Below it, near the floor, is a larger, heavier flywheel made of stone or wood weighted with lead. The potter would kick the bottom wheel to make the top one spin. Kick, spin, kick, spin. But tonight the wheel is still. We give it a gentle push, creak, whoosh. It spins slowly. The bearing is well oiled with animal fat. It turns with a heavy, smooth momentum. It whispers as it spins. S-H-H-H-H-H-H-H. Then it slows down, slower, slower, stopped. Beside the wheel is a bucket of water, now murky with gray clay. A sponge floats in it. A piece of chamois leather hangs over the edge. These are the tools of smoothing: the sponge to wet the clay, the leather to compress the rim. They are dripping, drip, drip. The floor around the wheel is splattered with dried clay. It is a landscape of gray droplets hardened on the stones. We move deeper into the shop to the section where the fine ware is made, the terra sigillata. This is the famous red pottery of Rome. It is glossy, smooth, and bright coral red. Here, the pots are not thrown on a wheel, they are pressed into molds. We see the molds stacked on a bench. They are made of fired clay with intricate patterns carved on the inside. Garlands of ivy, running deer, geometric borders. We pick up a finished bowl that is waiting to be fired. It is gray now. The red color comes from the firing. It is incredibly light. The walls of the vessel are thin as eggshells. We run a finger over the relief pattern. We can feel the tiny raised leaves of the ivy. It is perfect. Every bowl on the shelf is exactly the same. The Roman love for standardization is absolute here. Bowl type A, bowl type B, cup type C. Thousands of households will eat from this exact same bowl. The air in the drying room is kept humid. If the pots dry too fast, they crack. Wet sacks are hung from the ceiling to keep the moisture in. The wet sacks smell of burlap and mold. They hang like heavy curtains, dividing the room into hushed corridors. We walk down one of these corridors. Sack, shelf, pot, sack, shelf, pot. It is a maze of mud. At the far end of the workshop is the kiln, the fornax. It is a massive brick structure shaped like a beehive, similar to the bakery oven but much larger. It is not burning now. It is cooling. A firing finished yesterday. The door is bricked up with mud and shards. We put a hand near the brickwork. It is warm. The heat is gentle, radiating slowly into the cool night. Inside that dark chamber, hundreds of pots are changing forever. They are turning from mud into stone. Chemistry, heat, time. There is no sound from the kiln. It is a silent oven of transformation. We sit on a pile of wood scraps near the kiln. The wood is pine, resinous and dry. It is fuel. We watch the dust motes in the moonlight. Here the dust is not flour, it is silica. It is fine, gritty dust that sparkles slightly. It covers everything. The shelves, the floor, the rafters. It coats the spiderwebs in the corner, turning them into thick, gray nets. Outside the back door there is the testaxio, the shard pile. We step out to look at it. It is a mound of failures, pots that cracked, pots that warped, pots that were dropped. They are piled high, clink, clink. We step on them carefully. The sound of broken pottery is high-pitched and musical. It sounds like wind chimes. Every shard represents hours of work that went wrong. But the pile is not sad. It is just material, the earth returning to the earth. We pick up a shard. It is a piece of a handle. It is curved, fitting the thumb perfectly. We toss it back onto the pile. Tink. It slides down the slope and settles. We go back inside. The dampness wraps around us again. The rows of amphories seem to be watching us. They are waiting for the wine. They are waiting for the ships. They are waiting for the sea. But for now, they are just empty vessels. Empty space wrapped in clay. There is a bucket of red slip, the liquid clay used to coat the fine wares. It is thick and smooth. We dip a stick into it. It comes out coated in a thick chocolate-like layer. It drips slowly. Drip, drip. It is viscous. It refuses to hurry. The silence of the pottery workshop is heavy. It is the silence of things that are waiting to dry. Drying is a slow process. It cannot be seen. Molecule by molecule, the water is leaving the clay, evaporating into the air. The clay is shrinking, tightening, becoming solid. We lean back against a sturdy wooden post. The wood is rough. The rhythm of the place is geological. It is the rhythm of mud turning to rock. We breathe in the cool, earthy air. It tastes of the river. It tastes of the ground. The wheel stands still. The sponge floats. The kiln cools. The pots wait. We close our eyes and imagine the wheel spinning. The lump of wet clay slapping onto the center. Whack. The hands pushing in. The clay rising up. A tower of mud. The hands pushing down. A bowl. It is a motion that has happened millions of times, but tonight the motion is paused. There is only the static result. The object. The boring, perfect, silent object. We leave the cool, damp silence of the pottery workshop. The smell of wet clay and river mud lingers for a moment, then fades as we walk further inland, away from the riverbank. We are heading towards the edge of the city, near one of the great gates, where the transport depots are located. The air here changes distinctly. It becomes warmer, thicker, and filled with a scent that is universally recognizable. It is the smell of animals, not the wild, sharp scent of the forest, but the domesticated, warm, musky scent of the stabulum, the stables. We enter through a wide archway. The ground beneath our feet changes from paving stones to packed earth, softened by a layer of scattered straw. Our footsteps, once audible clicks on the stone, become silent, muffled shuffles in the dry bedding. The stable is a long, low building with a high timber roof. It is dark, lit only by a few lanterns hanging high on the central pillars. The light is amber and dim, creating a cavern of warm shadows. The temperature here is noticeably higher than outside. It is the body heat of the animals, living radiators standing in rows. There are 20 stalls on each side of the central aisle. Stall, stall, stall. They are divided by wooden partitions made of thick oak planks. The wood is old, polished dark by the rubbing of flanks and shoulders over decades. The top edges of the wood are uneven, chewed down by bored horses in years past. We stop at the first stall. Inside stands a horse. It is a draft horse, a heavy Roman breed used for pulling carts. It is awake, but only just. It is standing on 3 legs, resting one hind leg on the tip of its hoof, a posture of absolute relaxation. Its coat is dark bay, almost black in the shadows. The hair is thick and coarse. It does not look at us. It is facing the manger. The manger is a stone trough built into the wall. It is filled with barley and chopped straw. We listen to the sound: crunch, grind, crunch. It is a slow, rhythmic, mesmerizing sound. The horse takes a mouthful of dry grain. The powerful jaws move side to side. The molars crush the hard husks. Grrrrrrrrrrunch. Grrrrrrrrrunch. The sound is continuous. It is the sound of fuel being processed. Occasionally, the horse blows air through its nostrils to clear the dust. Pffffffft. A small cloud of dust rises from the manger, glows for a second in the lantern light, and settles back down. We look at the straw on the floor. It is spelt straw, golden and brittle. It is piled deep to provide a soft bed. The horse shifts its weight. Rustle, swish. The straw compresses under the heavy hooves. It whispers as it moves. The smell of the straw is sweet and dry. It smells of the summer sun that dried it, released now in the middle of the night. Hanging on the wooden post outside the stall is the tack. The harness is made of heavy leather, oiled and dark. It hangs on a wooden peg. There is the collar, a thick, padded ring of leather stuffed with wool. It is shaped to fit the horse's shoulders. There are the traces, long straps that connect to the cart, and the bridle with its iron bit. We touch the bit. The iron is cold but slightly greasy from the horse's mouth. It hangs silently. Clink. If we brush against it, the metal ring hits the wood. A tiny sound in the quiet barn. We move down the aisle. The rhythm of the chewing follows us. Crunch, crunch. Another horse in the next stall is sleeping. It is lying down, legs tucked under its belly. Its head rests on the straw. Its breathing is deep and slow. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. With every exhale, the straw near its nose flutters slightly. The flank of the horse rises and falls. It is a slow, tectonic movement, a mountain of muscle breathing. In the corner of the stable, there is a water trough. It is a long lead tank. The water is perfectly still. A thin film of dust sits on the surface. A horse dips its muzzle in. Slurp, slurp. The sound of drinking is wet and hollow. The water level drops. The horse lifts its head, water dripping from its whiskers. Drip, drip, splash. It falls back into the trough, sending circles of ripples out to hit the lead sides. The air is filled with dust motes. In the stable, the dust never truly settles. It is a suspension of hay particles, dried mud, and hair. The lantern light catches these motes. They drift in the warm currents of air rising from the horses' backs. They look like tiny stars in a brown sky, floating, drifting, turning. We see a stable boy, a Equiso, sleeping on a pile of hay near the door. He is wrapped in a rough wool blanket. He is fast asleep. His job is to be here, just to be here, to ensure no fire starts, to ensure the horses are calm. He breathes in rhythm with the animals. Snore, snort, snore, snort. The human and the beast share the same sleep. On a shelf above the sleeping boy, there are grooming tools. A strigil, a curved metal scraper used to remove sweat and dirt. The edge is dull. A brush made of stiff bristles bound in wood. The bristles are clogged with gray horsehair. A hoofpick made of iron. They are laid out in a row, tools of maintenance. The act of grooming is slow. Long strokes, brushing the dust out, following the grain of the hair. Brush, brush, brush. We can imagine the sound, a dry, scratching sound. But tonight, the tools are idle. The horses are dusty. They will be cleaned in the morning. We lean against a wooden pillar. The wood is rough, splintery pine. The warmth of the stable surrounds us. It is a physical weight. It feels like being wrapped in a heavy quilt. The smell is complex. Under the sweet hay, there is the sharp tang of ammonia from the wet straw in the back of the stalls. It is not unpleasant. It is just the smell of reality. It is the smell of nitrogen returning to the earth. A fly buzzes lazily in the air. It is sluggish from the cool night, seeking the warmth of the lantern. Bzzzzzzzzzzz. It lands on a wooden beam and stops. Silence returns underneath the chewing. We watch the tail of the standing horse. It swishes once, a slow pendulum swing to chase away a phantom itch. Swish. The long, coarse hairs brush against the wooden wall. Scrape. The horse shifts legs again. Clop. The heavy hoof strikes the packed earth floor. The sound is dull and solid. It is a sound of immense stability. The horse is grounded. 4 points of contact with the earth. It is not going anywhere. It is an anchor of flesh and bone. We look up at the rafters. They are lost in shadow. We can hear the faint scratching of mice up there running along the beams. Scritch, scratch. They are stealing grains of barley. The ecosystem of the stable is complete. Horse, human, mouse, fly. The sense of time in a stable is different. It is biological time. It is measured in breaths, in chews, in the slow digestion of grass. There is no hurry here. The carts are parked outside. The roads are waiting. Here, there is only the biological imperative to rest and to eat. We close our eyes and let the sounds wash over us. Crunch, grind, rustle, breath. It is a lullaby of large mammals. It is deeply, profoundly boring. And because it is boring, it is safe. Nothing bad happens here. The horse eats. The boy sleeps. The dust floats. We put a hand out and touch the neck of the sleeping horse in the second stall. The coat is warm. Beneath the hair, the muscle is hard and relaxed. The horse does not wake. It just twitches its skin, a ripple that runs down its neck like a wave on water. We pull our hand back. The warmth stays on our fingers. The lantern flickers as the oil runs low. The shadows stretch and contract. The darkness presses in from the corners. The stable feels like a wooden ship floating in the night, warm inside, cold outside, carrying its cargo of sleeping life. We stand there for a long time, just breathing the warm, dusty air, just listening to the grinding of the barley. It is the sound of the earth's energy being refueled, slowly, grain by grain. The horse stops chewing. It lowers its head. It closes its eyes. Silence. Absolute, warm, heavy silence. We step away from the warm, animal comfort of the stables. The smell of the hay lingers on our clothes for a moment, then is swept away by the drafts of the street. We are moving now into the deepest density of the city. We are approaching the insula, the high-rise apartment block. Rome is a city that grows upward. As land became scarce, the buildings climbed towards the sky. We stand at the base of one of these towers. It is 6 stories high, a cliff face of brick and plaster rising into the darkness. At street level, the shops are closed, their wooden shutters barred. Above them, rows of small windows look out like black, empty eyes. We enter through a narrow doorway on the side. There is no door here, just an open arch leading into the darkness. We are entering the spine of the building, the stairwell. The air here is cool and still. It smells of damp plaster, old cooking oil, and the faint, sweet scent of charcoal ash. It is the smell of 1,000 dinners cooked and eaten, 1,000 nights slept. It is the smell of human habitation compressed into stone. We begin the climb. The ground floor stairs are made of stone, travertine, or heavy brick. They are wide and solid. Step, step, step. We look closely at the steps. In the center of each tread, the stone is worn down. Millions of sandals going up and going down have carved a shallow valley into the rock. It is a record of friction. Our sandals fit into this depression. We are walking in the ghost steps of the people who live here. Step, scuff, step. The walls of the stairwell are painted a simple color, perhaps a faded yellow or a dull red. The plaster is cracked in places, revealing the opus reticulatum, the diamond-shaped brickwork underneath. We run a hand along the wall as we climb. It is cold and rough. The plaster flakes slightly under our touch. We reach the first landing. Here the doors are heavy, made of good oak, bound with iron. These are the apartments of the wealthier tenants. The doors are locked. We listen at one of the doors. Silence. Then a faint sound, a cough, muffled by the wood. Then the rustle of a mattress. Then silence again. The life inside is sealed away. We continue up. As we ascend, the materials change. The stone stairs end at the second floor. From here on up, the stairs are made of wood, creak. The sound is distinct. It is the groan of timber under weight. Creak, step, creak. The wood is old pine. It is dry and splintery. The edges of the steps are rounded off by wear. The stairwell becomes narrower. The ceiling becomes lower. We are moving into the upper strata of the city where the poor live. The air gets warmer here. Heat rises. The heat from the braziers on the lower floors, the body heat of the sleepers, it all drifts up this chimney of stairs. On the third floor landing, there is a niche in the wall. A small terracotta oil lamp sits there, burning with a tiny blue flame. It is a votive offering to the Larrys of the building, the spirits who protect the structure from fire and collapse. Next to the lamp is a bucket of water and a bucket of sand. Fire is the great fear. But tonight the buckets sit undisturbed. The water is stagnant. The sand is dry. They are silent sentinels of safety. We keep climbing, creak, groan. The wooden banister is polished smooth. It feels greasy to the touch, coated in the oil of hands. We hold it lightly. It wobbles slightly. The whole structure feels flexible, living. On the fourth floor, the doors are thinner. Some are just curtains of heavy wool or felt nailed to the door frame. We pass a curtain. It moves slightly in the draft from the stairwell. Behind it, we hear the sound of a family sleeping. It is a chorus of breath, a deep, rhythmic snoring from a man, the lighter, faster breathing of a child, the soft whimper of a dog dreaming. It is a dense, warm sound. These people are sleeping close together, sharing the heat. The smell here is stronger. It is the smell of boiled cabbage, of garlic, of unwashed wool. It is not an unpleasant smell. It is a human smell. It is the scent of survival. We reach the fifth floor. The stairs are steeper now, almost like a ladder. We have to lean forward to climb. Step, pull, step. The wood is rougher here. No one polished these banisters. We emerge onto the top landing under the eaves of the roof. This is the cenaculum, the attic. The ceiling is sloped. We have to duck our heads. The roof tiles are just inches above us. We can feel the coolness of the night sky radiating through the terracotta. There is a window here. It has no glass, just a wooden shutter that is half open. We step to the window and look out. The view is a sea of darkness. We are high up, level with the rooftops of the city. We see an ocean of tiles, terracotta waves rolling away in every direction, curved tiles imbrex and flat tiles tegula interlocking. They are gray-blue in the moonlight. Chimneys poke up here and there, wisping faint trails of smoke into the sky. Wisp, wisp. The smoke rises straight up, then disperses. Below us, the street is a black canyon. We cannot see the bottom. We can only see the tops of the buildings opposite. It is a secret world up here, the world of the roofs. We hear a sound from the gutter above the window. Coo, coo, pigeons. They are roosting under the overhang of the roof tiles. We can see their shapes, dark, feathery lumps huddled together against the brickwork. One of them shuffles its wings, rustle, flap. Then it settles again, head tucked under wing. They are the true owners of the rooftops. They sleep while the city beneath them works. A cat, perhaps the same one we saw earlier, or a cousin, walks along the ridge of the roof opposite. It moves with impossible balance. It steps over a loose tile. It pauses at a chimney pot. It is a silhouette against the stars. It does not make a sound. It is a shadow patrolling the clay ocean. The air up here is cleaner than in the street. It smells of the wind. It smells of the distant countryside blowing over the city walls. We take a deep breath. It is a thin, cool air. We lean on the window sill. The wood is weathered, gray, and cracked by the sun and rain. We look out at the horizon. We can just barely see the outline of the 7 hills. The Palatine, the Capitoline, they are dark masses, darker than the sky. On the Palatine, the Emperor's palace is dark. Here in the insula, the poor are dark. In sleep, the city is equal. We turn back to the stairwell. The silence of the building is not total. It is a textured silence. It creaks, creak. The timber frame of the building is settling as the temperature drops. Pop. A joint in the wood contracting. It sounds like the building is stretching its bones. We sit on the top step of the wooden stairs. The wood is hard. We listen to the vertical column of silence below us. 6 floors of people, suspended in the dark, wrapped in their blankets, dreaming of bread or wine or debt or love. But now they are just weight, static weight on the floorboards. The building holds them. The brick walls hold the beams. The beams hold the floors hold the sleepers. It is a chain of support. We notice a spider web in the corner of the stairwell near the roof. It is trembling slightly in the draft from the window. The spider is waiting in the center. It does not move. It has built its home in the highest corner of the busiest city in the world, and it is waiting for a fly. The moon moves behind a cloud. The light in the stairwell dims. The shadows merge. The stairs disappear into a pit of blackness. We are alone at the top of the tower. We listen to the wind passing over the roof tiles. Woo-whoosh. It is a soft, whistling sound as it catches on the edges of the clay. It sounds like the ocean. Rome is an island of stone and brick in a sea of night. We feel the vibration of the building. It is very faint, but it is there. A heavy wagon passes in the street far below. The vibration travels up the foundation, up the brick, up the wood, into the soles of our feet. A tiny shudder. Then it is gone. The pigeons coo again. Coo-roo, coo-roo. A gentle, bubbling sound. It is a sound of comfort. We stand up slowly. The floorboard creaks under us. Eek. We descend a few steps. We are going back down through the layers of sleep, past the curtains, past the locked doors, past the votive lamp. We pause at the lamp on the 3rd floor. The flame is smaller now. The oil is almost gone. It flickers. Shadows jump on the wall. We watch it for a moment. A tiny struggle against the dark. Then we continue down. The transition from wood to stone at the 2nd floor feels solid. We are back on the earth. The air gets cooler again. The smell of the street returns. We reach the ground floor entrance. We look back up the stairwell. It is a throat of darkness, silent, tall, still. We step out into the street. The insula stands behind us, a hive with the cells closed, a mountain of sleeping breath. The street is empty. The night continues. The shadow of the great apartment block falls behind us. We walk further down the street, guided by a sound that is the constant, underlying heartbeat of Rome. It is the sound of running water, not the sluggish, muddy churn of the Tiber, but the bright, clean splash of the aqueduct. We arrive at a street corner where a public fountain stands. This is a lacus. It is a rectangular basin made of travertine stone, worn smooth by centuries of hands and pitchers. The water arrives here from the hills, traveling miles through underground tunnels and over soaring arches, just to spill out of a bronze spout in this quiet corner of the city. The spout is shaped like the head of a wolf. The bronze is green with oxidation. Splash. The water pours from the wolf's mouth in a steady, thick stream. It hits the surface of the water in the basin. Bubble, gurgle, splash. It creates a constant disturbance, a white foam that fizzes and dissolves. The basin is full to the brim. The excess water flows out through a notch in the side, cascading down into the drainage grate in the street. Trickle. Run. The sound of the overflow is softer, a gentle murmuring as it disappears underground into the cloaca, the sewer system. We look at the stone of the basin. The rim is deeply indented. Every day, women and slaves rest their heavy clay jars here while they fill them. The stone remembers the weight of the jars. It has been eroded into soft curves. Now the rim is empty. It is wet with spray. In the moonlight, the wet stone shines like silver. Moss grows in the cracks of the stone base. It is thick green velvet. It loves the constant dampness. A small fern has taken root in a crevice near the drain. Its fronds tremble in the draft created by the falling water. Tremble, still, tremble. Standing near the fountain is a man. He is a vigil, a member of the night watch. He is not a soldier of the legions, he is a soldier of the city. His enemy is fire. He is leaning against a column of a nearby portico. He is perfectly still. He wears a tunic of coarse wool and a leather helmet. The helmet has no crest. It is practical, round, and scarred. At his feet sits his equipment, a bucket made of woven esparto grass coated in tar to make it waterproof. It is a hama, an axe dalabra with a wooden handle and a heavy iron head. One side is a blade for cutting, the other a pick for pulling down burning walls. The axe head rests on the paving stones. The iron is cold. The vigil is bored. He has been standing here for 4 hours. He will stand here for 4 more. Nothing is burning. The city is damp. The risk is low, but the law requires him to watch. He shifts his weight from his left foot to his right foot. Scuff. His sandals are heavy, studded with iron hobnails. They make a grinding sound on the grit. He sighs. It is a long, slow exhale. He looks at the fountain. He watches the water fall. He has watched this water fall for 1,000 nights. It never changes. He reaches down to his belt and adjusts it. The leather creaks. Creak. He hangs a small lantern from a hook on the column. The lantern is made of bronze with thin panels of scraped horn. The light inside is weak, a dull, yellowish glow. It illuminates a small circle of the street, a loose stone, a weed growing in the crack, the toe of his sandal. Beyond that circle, the world is black. He steps forward to the fountain. He cups his hands under the spout. Splash. The water hits his palms. It is freezing cold. It numbs his skin instantly. He brings his hands to his face and splashes the water on his eyes. Splosh. He shakes his head. Water droplets fly off his beard and hit the ground. Pat, pat, pat. He is awake again. He dries his hands on his tunic. The rough wool absorbs the moisture. He returns to his post. He leans back against the column. The stone is hard against his shoulder blades. It is a familiar discomfort. We sit on the rim of the fountain on the opposite side. The spray touches our face. It is a fine mist. The sound of the water dominates everything. It masks the distant rumble of the wagons. It masks the snoring from the apartments. It is a wall of white noise. Rush. We stare into the basin. The water is deep. The bottom is covered in a layer of silt and a few lost coins. Small bronze as and dupondious coins, thrown in for luck, or dropped by accident. They sit in the mud, turning green. They are not money anymore. They are part of the fountain. The vigil yawns. He covers his mouth with a fist. He looks up at the sky. He is checking the position of the stars to gauge the time. Orion has moved. The Pleiades are setting. It is the third watch. Tertia Vigilia, still a long time until dawn. A moth circles his lantern. Tap, tap. He watches it lazily. He does not swat it. It is the only other moving thing in his sector. He watches it spiral closer to the heat, then flutter away into the dark. He picks up his axe just to check the weight. He hefts it. The wood of the handle is smooth, polished by his grip. He balances the head in his palm. It is heavy. Then he puts it down again. Clunk. Metal on stone. He crosses his arms. The routine of the watch is a routine of waiting. Waiting for a spark. Waiting for a shout. Waiting for the sun. Most nights there is only the waiting. He listens. He hears a door slam somewhere down the street. Bang. He stiffens slightly. He turns his head. He listens for a follow-up sound. A scream. A fight. Silence. Just the wind. He relaxes. Just a loose door. Or a late husband coming home. He returns to his slump against the pillar. The water continues to flow. It comes from the mountains. It has traveled through the aqueduct Aqua Claudia. Gravity pushes it. It cannot stop. It is relentless energy expended here in the dark for no one, just for the vigil and the moss. We close our eyes and let the sound of the fountain fill our head. It washes away thoughts. It is a cleansing sound, continuous, cool, liquid. The air around the fountain is fresher than anywhere else in the street. The moving water oxygenates it. We breathe it in. It smells of wet stone and cold minerals. The vigil takes a step. He walks a small circle around his post. 5 steps out. Turn. 5 steps back. Turn. He is keeping the blood moving in his legs. Crunch. 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 He stops. He is back in the exact same spot. He looks at his bucket. It sits there black and round. It is ready to carry water, but tonight it carries only air. It is a vessel of potential utility. The lantern flame dips. It is running low on oil. He reaches into a pouch at his belt and pulls out a small flask. He opens the lantern door. Squeak. He pours a little oil into the reservoir. Glug, glug. The flame brightens. The yellow circle on the ground expands by an inch. He closes the door. Click. The maintenance of the light is his only real task. Keep the flame burning. Keep the eyes open. We look at the wolf head spout again. The bronze eyes of the wolf stare blindly into the basin. The water pours from its throat. It is an eternal vomit of clear, cold life. The night feels stretched thin here. The hours are long. The vigil is a statue that breathes. The fountain is a statue that bleeds water. We are just ghosts watching them both. There is a peace in this duty. The city sleeps because he watches, even if he is just watching a moth and a bucket. The contract of the city is fulfilled. Protection is present. The water flows, splash, gurgle, trickle. The sound never repeats exactly, but it is always the same. A chaotic loop of liquid physics. We listen to the subtle changes in pitch, a deeper splash, a higher tinkle, a hollow pop. The watchman leans his head back against the stone. He closes his eyes for a second, just a second, then snaps them open. He is awake. He is boringly, dutifully awake. We leave the watchman and the flowing fountain. The sound of the splashing water fades behind us as we turn towards a large, nondescript door set into the side of a hill. This is the entrance to a cella venerea, a wine cellar. It is deep underground, carved into the tufa rock to maintain a constant, cool temperature. We push the heavy wooden door. It swings inward on well-oiled iron hinges. Creak. The sound is low and heavy. We step inside and close the door behind us. Thud. The silence returns instantly. It is a thick, padded silence. The street noise is gone. The wind is gone. There is only the stillness of the earth. The air here is cold. It is a stable, unmoving cold that seeps into the bones. It carries a very specific scent, the smell of old wood, damp stone, pine resin, and the sharp, acidic tang of wine. It smells of shadows and fermentation. We light a small lantern. The flame reveals the space. It is a long, vaulted tunnel. The ceiling is made of brick, arched to support the weight of the city above. The walls are rough-hewn stone, sweating slightly with moisture. Glisten. Tiny beads of water reflect the lantern light on the walls. The floor is packed earth, covered in a thin layer of fine river sand. The sand muffles our footsteps completely. We walk like ghosts. Soft step, soft step. Lining the walls, stretching back into the darkness, are the dolia de fossa. These are massive earthenware jars, spherical and huge, capable of holding thousands of liters. They are buried in the ground up to their necks. This keeps the wine cool and stable. We look across the floor. It looks like a field of round, ceramic mouths. Each dolium is covered with a heavy wooden lid, sealed with clay and pitch. We kneel beside one of the lids. The seal is tight. The clay is dry and gray. The pitch is black and shiny. Inside this jar, the wine is sleeping. It is a living liquid. Even now, in the dark, tiny chemical changes are happening. Acids are breaking down. Tannins are softening. The rough edges of the grape are being smoothed away by time. It is a process that cannot be rushed. It takes years. The jar sits in the ground, heavy and immovable. It is a womb of clay. On the lid, someone has chalked a date. El Sulla et Q Pompeo Consulibus. It is a marking of time. It tells us when the grapes were crushed. The chalk is dusty. If we brushed it with a finger, the date would disappear. But we do not touch it. We let the date stand. Further down the tunnel, there are stacks of amphorae. These are the transport jars, the Dressel 1B type. They are tall and slender with long necks and sharp spikes at the bottom. They are stacked on their sides in wooden racks, row upon row, 100 upon 100. They look like a honeycomb made of terracotta. We bring the lantern close to one amphora. We can see the titulus pictus, the painted label. It is written in red ink on the shoulder of the jar, Vinum Falernum, Falernian wine, Vetus, old, Anorum III, 3 years. The red ink has faded slightly. It has soaked into the porous clay. The clay itself is rough to the touch. It is a pale, creamy orange color. It is cool and dry. We can see the fingerprints of the potter who made it preserved in the fired clay. Ridges, swirls. A human hand touched this years ago. Now it is just a container in the dark. Between the amphorae, spiders have built their webs. These are not the erratic webs of the garden. These are old, established webs. They are thick sheets of silk draped like veils between the handles of the jars. They are covered in a fine layer of dust, gray silk, gray dust. The spiders are not moving. They are waiting for a cave cricket or a moth, but there are no moths here. The air is too still. The webs hang motionless. They are architectural elements now. We listen. At first there is nothing. Then we hear it drip. Somewhere far back in the tunnel, condensation is falling from the ceiling. Drip. The interval is long, 10 seconds, 20. It is a slow clock. Drip. It falls onto a stone. It does not splash, it just wets the rock. The smell of the pitch, the resin used to seal the inside of the jars, is stronger near the racks. It is a forest smell. The Romans lined their jars with pine resin to waterproof them. So the wine tastes of the grape, but also of the tree. The wood and the fruit locked together in the dark. We walk to the end of the aisle. There is a wooden barrel here, a cupa. This is a Gallic invention slowly being adopted. It is made of oak staves bound with iron hoops. The wood is dark, almost black with age and wine stains. We touch the iron hoop. It is rusty. The texture is rough like sandpaper. The wood is damp. It feels swollen. The barrel is breathing. Wine evaporates slowly through the wood, the angels share, though the Romans did not call it that. They just knew the level dropped. There is a small puddle on the floor under the spigot of the barrel, a slow leak. The puddle is dark red, almost black in this light. It reflects the lantern flame, a tiny red eye on the ground. The smell of vinegar is faint here. The leak is turning sour. It is the smell of decay, which is just another part of the process. We sit on an empty crate. The wood creaks under us. Reek, then silence returns. We look down the long tunnel of jars. The repetition is hypnotic. Circle, 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 handle, handle, handle. It is a library of liquid. Each jar holds a summer from the past. The sunlight of a specific year trapped in liquid form, buried in the dark. The sun of the consulship of Nero. The rain of the consulship of Galba. It is all here, sleeping. The air is heavy with carbon dioxide. It makes us feel sleepy. It slows the breathing. Inhale slow, exhale slow. The chest feels heavy. The eyelids feel heavy. A rat scuttles along the top of the rack. Scritch, scritch, scritch. It stops. It looks down at us with beady black eyes. Its whiskers twitch, twitch, twitch. It is a cellar rat. It lives in the dark. It eats spilled grain or insects. It turns and vanishes behind a jar. The sound of its claws fades away. We stare at the dust motes floating in the beam of the lantern. In the cellar, the air is so still that the dust hardly moves. It hangs suspended. Frozen stars. We could watch a single speck of dust for minutes. It drifts down millimeter by millimeter. Gravity is weak here. Time is weak here. We pick up a tool left on a barrel. It is a pipette, a glass tube used for sampling the wine. It is long and delicate. The glass is clouded with age. We hold it up. It is light. We put it back. Clink. The sound rings for a moment, echoing off the vaulted ceiling. Clink. Ink. Enke. The echo dies. The cold of the cellar is seeping through our clothes. It is a numbing cold. It slows the heart rate. It preserves. Just as it preserves the wine, it feels like it is preserving us, stopping the aging process, holding us in stasis. There is a sense of immense weight above us. The soil, the stone, the buildings of Rome, the streets, the people, tons and tons of rock pressing down on this arch. But the arch holds. The brick is strong. We are safe in the bubble of the cellar. We lean back against the wall. The stone is wet. It soaks into the fabric of our tunic. It feels grounding. Connection to the earth. The smell of the wine is intoxicating without drinking. It is a vapor of relaxation. The shadows of the amphory handles look like ears, rows of ears listening to the silence. They hear nothing. They wait for the tap of the hammer, the twist of the corkscrew. But that will not happen tonight. Tonight, they just sit. We close our eyes. We imagine the liquid inside the jars. Dark red, cool, still. No waves, no current, just mass. Heavy liquid resting against clay walls. The date on the jar floats in our mind. Anorum III, 3 years of darkness, 3 years of silence, and tonight is just one more night. The drop falls again. Drip. We didn't hear it land this time. We only heard the anticipation of it. The cellar is a time machine that runs at half speed. Outside, the stars are turning. The wagons are rolling. Inside, nothing moves. Everything is paused. Everything is heavy. Everything is wine. We leave the damp, resinous air of the wine cellar behind. We ascend the steps, push open the heavy door, and step back out into the night. The air is fresher here, but still cool. We are walking towards the center of the world. We are walking towards the Forum Romanum. During the day, this is the loudest place on earth. It is a cacophony of lawyers screaming, politicians debating, bankers shouting odds, and the mob cheering. But now, it is a valley of ghosts. We enter from the Via Sacra, the sacred way. The paving stones here are massive blocks of limestone, polished to a shine by millions of feet. In the moonlight, the road looks like a river of silver running through the dark buildings. The scale of the architecture changes here. We are no longer among the brick apartments or the wooden shops. We are among the giants. Columns of marble soar up into the darkness, 40 feet high, 50 feet high. They are made of white Carrara marble, gray granite from Egypt, green Cipollino from Euboea. They stand in silence. We stop in front of the Basilica Julia. It is a massive hall of law and commerce. The roof is supported by rows of brick piers covered in marble. The floor is a vast expanse of colored stone, green, red, white. We walk onto the floor, click, click. Our sandals make a sharp, high-pitched sound on the polished marble. The echo comes back instantly from the high vaulted ceiling. Click-ick. We look down at the floor. Scratched into the expensive marble are game boards, circles and lines scratched by bored idlers and soldiers during the day. Tabula lusoria, a game of counters. The counters are gone. The players are gone, but the scratches remain. A permanent record of boredom carved into the floor of the empire. We sit on the steps of the temple of Castor and Pollux. The steps are high and steep. The marble is cold and hard. We look up at the 3 remaining columns. They are Corinthian. The capitals at the top are carved with acanthus leaves. The carving is deep and intricate. In the daylight, you can see the veins in the leaves. Now they are just complex shadows against the stars. The architrave, the stone beam connecting the columns, is heavy. It weighs tons. It hangs there, suspended by geometry and gravity. The silence here is different. It is an official silence. It is a heavy, state-sanctioned silence. There is no smell of cooking here, no smell of animals. There is only the smell of cold stone and dust. It is a sterile smell. We look across the open square. The rostra, the speaker's platform, stands empty. This is where Cicero spoke, where Mark Antony spoke. Now it is just a brick platform faced with marble. The bronze beaks of the captured ships, the rostra, jut out from the front. They are jagged, aggressive shapes, but they are silent. No one is shouting from above them. The air above the platform is empty of words. A stray dog trots across the square. It stops to sniff the base of a statue. Sniff, sniff. It lifts its leg. PSSSSH. It marks the base of a golden statue of an emperor. The dog does not care about the emperor. It trots away, its nails clicking on the stones. Click, click, click. The sound fades into the distance. We walk towards the Curia Julia, the Senate house. The doors are massive bronze plates. They are shut tight. Inside, the seats are empty. The marble floor is swept clean. The destiny of the world is decided in there. But tonight it is just a box of air. We touch the bronze door. It is freezing cold. It feels like touching ice. It is a barrier. We are outside. The power is inside, asleep. The wind picks up slightly. It whistles through the columns of the temple of Saturn. Woo-woo. It is a low, mournful note, like a flute blown by a giant. It circles the pillars and moves on. We see a beggar sleeping in the portico of the Basilica Aemilia. He is wrapped in rags. He has found a spot out of the wind behind a pillar. He is just a lump of gray fabric. He is sleeping on the same marble as the senators walk on. In the dark, the marble belongs to him. We look at the triumphal arch at the end of the forum. The Arch of Augustus, perhaps. It is a stone frame for the nothingness beyond. The inscription on the attic is deep. SENATUSPOPULUSQEROMANUS. The letters are cut with a V-shaped chisel. They catch the shadows. We trace the letter S with our eyes. Curve, curve. It is perfect, formal, rigid. The moonlight casts long, parallel shadows from the columns across the floor of the forum. It looks like a barcode of darkness and light. We walk through the shadows. Light, dark, light, dark. It is a visual rhythm, like the ticking of a clock but made of space. There is a fountain basin near the Lacus Curtius. It is dry, just a hole in the ground surrounded by a fence. Legend says a chasm opened here once. Now it is just a dry spot in the paving. We lean against a column of red granite. The stone is rougher than the marble. It feels warm, retaining a tiny fraction of the day's heat. We look up at the sky. The view is framed by the architecture. Stone below, stone around, stars above. The city feels like a cage of stone, a beautiful, heavy cage. The sense of history here is oppressive. Too many speeches, too many triumphs, too many deaths. But at night, the history is paused. The statues are just metal and stone. The temples are just buildings. The forum is just a yard. We listen to the silence. It is a big silence, a wide silence. It fills the open space. There are no walls to bounce the sound back quickly, so the silence feels expansive. It stretches from the Capitoline Hill to the Palatine. A bat flutters down from the roof of the basilica. Flap, flap, flap. It dives for a bug, misses, and swoops up again. It is erratic, chaotic, a sharp contrast to the straight lines of the architecture. It disappears into the shadows of the cornice. We sit on the base of a column. The marble is smooth as glass. We run our hand over the fluting, the vertical grooves carved into the column. Up, down, the ridges are sharp. The valleys are smooth. It is a tactile boredom. The night is turning towards morning. The air is at its coldest. The mist from the river is starting to creep into the forum. It curls around the base of the rostra. It softens the hard edges of the stone. The city is slowly dissolving into gray. We are alone in the center of the empire, and there is nothing happening, absolutely nothing, just the wind, just the stone, just the weight. The weight of the marble seems to press down on the earth. The columns are planting themselves deeper, standing guard over the emptiness. We close our eyes. We can feel the geometry of the place. The squares, the rectangles, the circles, ordered, precise, silent. The forum waits. It waits for the sun. It waits for the noise. But for now it is ours and the beggars and the bats. A place of stone and silence. We step away from the vast, open silence of the forum. The wind that whistled through the columns of Saturn dies down as we approach a smaller, more intimate structure. It is the Ides Vestae, the temple of Vesta. It is distinct from the other temples. It is not a rectangle, it is a perfect circle. It mimics the shape of an ancient hut, the first houses of Rome, but preserved in marble. The columns that ring the outside are white, ghostly pale in the night. The roof is a conical cap of bronze tiles that dulls the moonlight. We climb the few steps to the entrance. The air here is warmer than in the forum. It carries a scent that is holy and domestic at the same time, the smell of pure wood smoke, not the acrid smoke of the blacksmith or the greasy smoke of the kitchen, but a clean, dry scent of seasoned oak. We enter the cella, the inner sanctuary. The room is circular. There are no corners here for shadows to hide in. The shadows just curve endlessly around the wall. In the center of the room is the hearth. There is no statue of the goddess Vesta here. The fire is the goddess, Ignis. The fire is burning. It is not a roaring bonfire. It is a contained, cultivated flame. It dances on a bed of ash, flicker, pulse, flicker. The light is orange and soft. It illuminates the white marble walls, turning them a warm apricot color. A priestess is here, a Vestal virgin. She is draped in white linen, the stola. Her head is covered by a veil, the suffibulum, fastened with a brooch. She is sitting on a simple wooden chair. She is perfectly still. She is the guardian of the flame. Her entire life, her entire purpose, is to sit here and ensure that this specific chemical reaction does not stop. She does not look at us. She looks only at the fire. Her eyes reflect the flame. Two tiny orange dots in a face of calm concentration. The fire consumes the wood. Crack, a small sound. A knot in the wood exploding, the priestess moves. She moves with infinite slowness. She reaches for a piece of wood from a pile nearby. It is oak, quercus. The wood has been stripped of bark. It is smooth and dry. She places it on the fire. She does not throw it. She places it. Touch. The wood settles onto the coals. The fire licks around it, curling over the curve of the log, blue at the base, yellow at the tip. We listen to the fire, hiss, pop, rustle. It is a living sound. It breathes. It eats. It warms the air in the room. The heat radiates out in concentric circles. We can feel it on our face. A gentle, pulsing warmth. The floor of the temple is clean, impeccably clean. The priestess sweeps it constantly. There is not a speck of dust near the hearth. The ash that falls is sacred. It is collected, saved, and eventually taken to the river. But tonight, it just accumulates in a neat gray cone under the logs. The silence here is dense. It is a silence of heavy obligation. If this fire goes out, Rome falls, or so they believe. The weight of the empire rests on this small pile of burning sticks, but there is no panic, just routine. Log, fire, ash, log. We look at the smoke rising. There is a vent in the roof directly above the fire. The smoke travels straight up, a thin, gray ribbon connecting the earth to the sky. It disappears into the night. The priestess adjusts her veil. Rustle. The linen whispers against itself. She folds her hands in her lap. She returns to her vigil. We walk slowly around the perimeter of the room. The wall is smooth. We run a hand along it. It is warm from the fire. The curved space feels protective. It feels like being inside an egg. There is no beginning and no end to the wall. It just continues. Behind the temple in the atrium vesti, the other priestesses are sleeping. But one is always awake. One pair of eyes is always open. It is a relay race of watching that has lasted for centuries. The fire settles, crumble. A log breaks apart into embers. The glow intensifies. It becomes a deep, throbbing red. The heat spikes for a moment. The priestess does not flinch. She knows the rhythm of the burn. We stare into the coals. The patterns are mesmerizing. Valleys of red, mountains of black, caves of white ash. It is a landscape that changes every second yet stays the same. It is easy to get lost in it, to lose track of time, to lose track of self, just the fire. The shadow of the priestess is cast against the wall behind her. It is huge, a giant shadow that flickers with the flame. It looks like a guardian spirit watching over her shoulder. The air is very dry. The fire sucks the moisture out of the room. It makes the skin feel tight. It makes the eyes feel heavy. The warmth is soporific. It calls for sleep. But the priestess cannot sleep. We can sleep for her. We sit on the floor near the wall, away from the direct heat. The marble floor is cool here. We watch the fire from a distance. It is a beacon in the night. A small star brought down to earth and kept in a cage of stone. The woodpile is stacked with geometric precision, log upon log, waiting to be burned. The fuel is ready. The system is working. There is nothing to worry about. The fire is tended. The goddess is home. The night is held at bay by the circle of light. Crack, hiss, glow. The monotony of the flame is its power. It burns, it burns, it burns. And we watch, safe in the round room, warm in the sacred air. We step out of the warm, circular sanctuary of Vesta. The cool night air hits us instantly, a stark contrast to the dry heat of the sacred fire. We leave the forum behind with its heavy marble and silent echoes. We walk up the slope of the Palatine Hill, away from the public spaces, towards the private gardens of the wealthy. We slip through a side gate into a hortus, a private garden. It is walled off from the city. The noise of the streets, already faint, disappears completely here. We are in a bubble of green silence. The air here is humid and rich. It smells of damp earth, crushed leaves, and the faint, sweet perfume of jasmine that blooms at night. The ground underfoot is no longer stone. It is a path of packed gravel, bordered by low box hedges. Crunch, crunch. Our footsteps are soft. The gravel shifts gently under our sandals. The moon is low now, casting long, horizontal beams of light through the trees. We stop in front of a stone wall covered in ivy. Hedera. The leaves are dark green, glossy, and heart-shaped. They overlap each other like the scales of a dragon. Let us look closer. The dew has begun to form. Tiny droplets of water sit on the surface of the leaves. Glisten. They catch the moonlight. Each drop is a perfect sphere holding a tiny, inverted image of the garden. They are motionless, held in place by surface tension. We see a movement on a leaf. It is a snail, a common garden snail, Cochlea. It is moving with agonizing slowness across the face of the ivy. It extends its body, a pale, translucent gray muscle. It stretches forward. It pulls its shell behind it. Slide. There is no sound, only the faintest friction of mucus on leaf. We watch its antennae, two long stalks sensing the air, two short stalks below sensing the leaf. They wave gently, left, right. It touches a drop of dew. Touch. The snail drinks, or perhaps it just absorbs the moisture. It pauses. Then it continues its journey, a journey of inches. Its shell is a spiral, brown and beige stripes. It is a portable house. The snail carries its own architecture. It does not need the brick of the insula or the marble of the temple. It is self-contained. We follow the snail's path. It leaves a trail of silver slime behind it. The trail glistens in the moonlight, a map of where it has been, a line of silver painted on the green. The garden is full of these small, silent lives. We look at a spider web strung between two branches of a laurel tree. It is heavy with dew. Every thread is beaded with water. It looks like a necklace of diamonds. The web sags slightly under the weight of the water. It is a fragile masterpiece. If the wind blows, it will break, but the wind is still. We sit on a marble bench. It is cold and damp. We lean back. Above us, the leaves of a plane tree create a canopy. They blot out the stars. We are in a cave of vegetation. A drop of dew falls from a high branch. Drop. It hits a leaf below. Plap, the leaf bounces up and down, up and down. Then it settles. Stillness returns. The smell of the damp earth is strong here. It is the smell of decomposition and growth. Leaves rotting into soil. Soil feeding roots. Roots feeding leaves. The slow cycle of the garden. We see a statue in the center of the lawn. It is a nymph. She is carved from white marble. She stands on one leg, looking down at a fountain that is turned off for the night. Moss is growing on her shoulder, a patch of green velvet on the white stone. The nature is slowly reclaiming the art. The snail might reach her by morning. We close our eyes and listen. The silence here is organic. It is not the dead silence of stone. It is a breathing silence. We can hear the faint rustle of a beetle in the dry leaves under the hedge. Rustle, scrabble. We can hear the soft thud of a ripe fig falling to the ground. Thud. The dampness is cooling. It feels refreshing on the skin. It is a bath of air. We open our eyes and look at the ivy wall again. The snail has moved 2 inches. It is making progress. It is determined. It has no concept of Rome. It has no concept of the emperor. It only knows the leaf, and the next leaf, and the dew. The peace of the garden is absolute. It is a peace that ignores history. Whatever happens in the forum tomorrow, the snail will still be sliding. The ivy will still be growing. The dew will still fall. We watch the silver trail extend. Slowly, slowly. The world slows down to the speed of the snail. Everything else blurs into insignificance. There is only the gray muscle. The brown shell, the green leaf, the silver line. We breathe in the green air. It fills our lungs with the quiet of the plants. We are rooted here, sitting on the bench, watching the slow, wet work of the night. The damp tranquility of the garden is left behind. We descend the Palatine Hill, moving back towards the river, but this time to a different section of the Emporium district. The air grows heavier, thick with a scent that is greasy, savory, and pervasive. It is the smell of olive oil. We are approaching the Horia Galbana, the vast warehouses of stay-toned olive oil. The warehouse is a fortress of brick. The walls are thick, windowless, and imposing. We enter through a small side door used by the night clerks. Inside, the space is cavernous. It is a cathedral of commerce. The ceiling is lost in the shadows high above, supported by rows of massive brick pillars. The floor is paved with opus spiccatum, bricks laid in a herringbone pattern to provide grip. The warehouse is filled with amphorae, not hundreds, millions. They are stacked in great mountains. These are the Dressel 20 jars from Baetica, Spain. They are globular, heavy, and ugly. They are built for volume, not beauty. Each one holds about 70 liters of oil. The weight in this room is unimaginable. The floor groans under the mass of the harvest. We walk down a long aisle between the stacks. The aisle is narrow. The jars tower over us on both sides. We feel small. We are walking in a canyon of clay. The air is cool, but it feels dense, saturated with the fumes of the oil. We stop at a workstation in the middle of the aisle. There is a large wooden vat here, a lacus. It is used for decanting oil from broken jars or for measuring. The wood of the vat is black, soaked through with oil. It glistens in the lantern light. It is slick to the touch. If you touched it, your finger would be oily for days. At the bottom of the vat there is a bronze spigot. It is old. The metal is worn smooth. It is dripping, drip. A drop of golden green oil forms at the lip of the metal. It hangs there, it grows heavy, it stretches. Drop. It falls into a clay bucket placed underneath. Plop. The sound is heavy and viscous. It is not the sharp splash of water. It is a thick, muffled sound. Plop. We watch the ripples in the bucket. The oil is thick. The ripples move slowly, spreading out sluggishly to the edge of the bucket. They reflect the lantern light like rings of gold. The smell is intense. It is the smell of the sun-baked hills of Spain, concentrated into liquid fat. It coats the back of the throat. It is a heavy, nutritious smell. We look at the amphorae around us. Many of them have painted inscriptions, Ticuli Picti. We read one, XCIII. Weight of the empty jar, 93 pounds, CCXVI. Weight of the oil, 216 pounds. Name of the merchant, Julius Honoratus. Name of the estate, the Fundus of Cornelius. It is a ledger written on clay. Every jar tells a story of weight and ownership. But now the merchant is asleep. The estate owner is in Spain. The jar is here in the dark, doing its job of holding. We see a spy hole drilled into the neck of one jar. A clerk has checked the quality. A small reed stopper is plugged into the hole. It looks like a small belly button on the jar. A cat, the warehouse guardian, sits on top of a stack of jars 10 feet in the air. It is cleaning its paw. Lick, lick. It stops and looks down at us. Its eyes are green, matching the oil. It is here to catch the mice that come for the oil-soaked straw, but there are no mice right now. The cat is bored. It yawns, showing pink gums, and goes back to sleep. The silence of the warehouse is heavy. It is a cushioned silence. The millions of liters of oil absorb sound. If we clap our hands, the sound dies instantly. Clap. Dead. The oil swallows the noise. We sit on a wooden stool near the vat. The stool is greasy. Everything is greasy. The floor is slippery. We have to be careful how we walk. Slide step, slide step. We watch the spigot again. Drip. Plop. It is a slow leak. But over the course of the night, the bucket will fill. It is the patience of the liquid. It wants to get out. Gravity is pulling it down, drop by drop. The shadows of the amphory are round and bulbous. They look like pregnant bellas. They are huge, silent mothers of the city's food. Without this oil, the lamps would go out. The food would be dry. The baths would be rough. Rome runs on this liquid. And here sits the reserve tank. We can hear the faint settling of the stacks. Sometimes a jar shifts slightly under the weight. Grind. A deep, low sound of clay rubbing against clay. Then silence again. The mountain settles. We lean back against a wooden pillar. The wood is soaked in oil too. It feels preserved. This building will never rot. It is pickled in olive oil. The lantern flame is steady. There is no wind in here. The light reflects off the thousands of curved surfaces of the jars, thousands of tiny highlights, a galaxy of clay stars. We feel the density of the place. Matter, mass volume, it presses against us. We are just a light, airy thing in a room of heavy things. The drop falls again. Plop. The rhythm is soothing. It is a clock that measures volume, not time. We close our eyes. We can smell the olives being crushed. We can hear the press turning. We can feel the Spanish sun. It is all stored here, waiting to be poured, waiting to be burned in a lamp, waiting to be eaten on bread. But for now it just sits, heavy, green, silent. The heavy, greasy scent of the oil warehouse fades as we step back into the cool air. We walk through a district of workshops where the buildings are tall and narrow. We stop at a door that smells faintly of sheep and dry dust. We push it open and enter a textrina, a weaving workshop. The room is high-ceilinged to accommodate the machinery. In the center of the room stands the giant, the warp-weighted loom. It is a massive wooden frame leaning slightly against the wall. It dominates the space. It looks like a musical instrument that has gone silent. Let us look at the structure. 2 tall upright beams of pine, a crossbeam at the top. From the crossbeam, hundreds of threads hang down vertically. These are the warp threads, the stamen. They form a wall of string, a pale vertical curtain. The threads are made of wool spun tight. They are unbleached, a natural creamy white color. At the bottom of the threads, hovering just above the floor, are the weights, the pondera. They are made of fired clay or carved stone. They are shaped like donuts or small pyramids with a hole in the top. Bundles of thread are tied to each weight. The gravity of the stones pulls the threads tight. Tension. The entire machine is held together by gravity. If you cut the weights, the web would collapse, but the weights hold firm. We touch a warp thread. It is taut. It vibrates like a harp string. Pling, a tiny, dull sound. The tension is perfect. Not too loose, not too tight. Resting on a shelf nearby is the shuttle, the radius. It is a boat-shaped piece of boxwood, polished smooth by years of passing through the shed. Inside the hollow of the shuttle sits a bobbin of weft thread. This is the thread that goes across. Subtamen, over and under, over and under. The shuttle is silent now. It rests on its side. The thread trails out of it like a tail. We look at the cloth that has already been woven at the top of the loom. It is a simple twill weave, diagonal ridges in the fabric. We can see the pattern. 2 threads up, 2 threads down, 2 threads up, 2 threads down. It is a binary code of wool. The cloth is rolled up onto the top beam as it grows. It is a slow accumulation of length. The smell in the room is soft. It smells of lanolin, the natural oil of the sheep. It is a waxy, animal scent, but clean. It smells of comfort. There is also the smell of the wooden frame, dry and seasoned. Dust is everywhere here. Lint, tiny fibers of wool float in the air. They catch the light of our lantern. They settle on the floor in soft gray drifts. They settle on our shoulders. The room is fuzzy. It feels padded. We sit on a weaving bench. It is a long, low bench polished by the weavers sliding back and forth. We look at the loom weights again. They hang in a perfect horizontal line. Row A, row B. Sometimes they knock against each other if a draft blows. Click-clack. Stone hitting stone. A dry, hollow sound. Click-clack. Then they settle back into stillness. Behind the loom there are baskets of raw wool. Calathi. They are filled with fleece that has been carded, combed into soft clouds. We put a hand into a basket. It is incredibly soft. Our hand disappears into the fluff. It is warm. It traps the heat. It feels like touching a cloud. On the wall there are combs, pectines. They are made of iron with long teeth. They are used to pack the weft threads down tight. Beat, beat. The sound of the weaving day is rhythmic thumping. But now the combs hang on nails. Their teeth cast long, comb-shaped shadows on the plaster. We notice a mistake in the weave about a foot up. A small knot where a thread broke and was tied back together. It is a tiny bump in the smooth fabric, a human flaw in the grid. The weaver left it. It is part of the cloth now. The silence here is soft. The wool absorbs sound. It is a muffled silence. It feels like wearing earmuffs. The world outside is very far away. There is only the thread. We trace the path of a single warped thread with our eyes, from the top beam, down through the heddle rod, down to the clay weight, a straight vertical line, geometry made of fiber. The room feels timeless. People have been weaving like this for thousands of years. The motion is the same. The tension is the same. The gravity is the same. We lean back. The air is still. The dust motes hang suspended, trapped in the web of the loom. We feel the peacefulness of the grid. Horizontal, vertical, horizontal, vertical. Everything crossing at 90 degrees. Order out of chaos. The lantern flame is getting very low. The light is turning orange. The shadows of the threads lengthen. They look like the bars of a cage, but a soft cage, a cage of safety. We close our eyes. We imagine the shuttle moving. Swish, pass through, thump, beat down, swish, pass through, thump, beat down. It is a heartbeat of wood and wool, slow, steady, boring. The weights hang heavy. The thread holds tight. The cloth waits. The night weaves on. The night is finally breaking. The deep, heavy black of the weaving workshop gives way to a pale, grainy gray as we step out into the street. The sky above is no longer a void of stars. It is a canvas of soft, bruised purple and cold blue. We walk towards the east, towards the city walls. The air is at its coldest point. This is the chill of the dawn, the antilucanum. It is a sharp, biting cold that wakes the skin. We stop at a small panificium, a bread stall that is just opening its shutters. The wood groans as it slides back, kriyak. Inside, the baker we watched hours ago is now stacking the loaves. The smell of the bread hits the cold morning air. It is a cloud of warmth. A customer is already there, a slave shivering in a thin tunic holding a copper coin. He exchanges the coin for a loaf, clink. The coin hits the counter, rustle. The bread is handed over. The transaction is silent. Both men are still half asleep. We continue walking. The city is waking up, but it wakes up slowly. A rooster crows nearby. This time it is not a mistake. Crow-woo-woo, it is loud. It echoes off the stone walls. Another rooster answers from a distance. Crow-woo-woo, the alarm clock of the empire is ringing. We reach the main gate of the house where we started, the domus. The door is still locked, but there is movement inside. We hear the slide of the heavy wooden bar being lifted. Thump, slide, the lock clicks, click. The huge door creaks open. A slit of light appears. A servant steps out with a broom. He begins to sweep the threshold. Swish, swish. He is sweeping away the dust of yesterday. He is preparing the stage for today. We slip back inside into the atrium. The light here is transformed. The square of sky in the roof is pale blue. The pool, the impluvium, is no longer black ink. It is a mirror of the dawn. It reflects the passing clouds, which are tinged with pink. The water is still. The ancestors in their wax masks look less ghostly now. They look tired. They have watched another night pass. We walk back to the tablinum, the study. The table is there. The citrus wood glows in the new light. The lamp we left burning has gone out. The wick is black and curled. A tiny wisp of smoke still lingers, smelling of burnt oil. But next to the lamp, the wax tablets are still there. The marriage contract, the list of linens, the list of spoons, the list of slaves, they have not moved. They have held their truth through the darkness. We pick up the stylus. It is cold. We look at the last tablet. The wax is smooth. The day is a blank tablet. It is ready to be written on. New lists, new debts, new agreements. Outside the window, the noise of the city begins. A cart wheel on the stones. Rumble, a shout. Make way, a dog barking. The silence is broken. The boring, peaceful night is over. The boring, busy day has begun. The light hits the floor. It is a sharp rectangle of sun. It illuminates dust motes dancing in the air. They are moving faster now. The heat of the sun is stirring the currents. Everything is waking up. The wood expands. The stone warms. The water flows. We take one last look at the contract. It is closed. The string is tied. The seal is unbroken. The order is preserved. We sit in the chair. The leather sighs under our weight. We are tired. We have walked the whole city. We have seen the mill, the bath, the river, the fire, the snail. We have seen the machine of Rome at rest. Now the machine starts, but we can stop. We can close our eyes one last time. The sun is warm on our eyelids. The noise outside is just a hum, a distant, rhythmic hum of life. The night is finished. The story is finished. The list is complete. Sleep or wake, it is all the same in the end, just time passing over stone.